Good morning, guys. It's pretty early, like almost an hour and a half earlier than usual. I'm very tired, so let's do what any reasonable person do when they're tired, and let's play some relaxing music and work on something boring. Nah, I'll wake up, I'm sure. But we're starting early because I do have some work to do. First up, writing the text. We did test out the tutorial. Jesus Christ. It's a little bit ridiculous. Not very well set up either. Well, whatever. Let's just write it. Let's go for it. Yeah, we can do some appending. Some of this will still be very viable. Fix. Yeah, this should still be viable. We'll try to... I don't really care, as long as it works. Okay. Do I have any sort of like character limit that I have found, or... I know some of these are pretty long. That's secondary text. Some of these are pretty long. Oh, that's not even the right one. Hold on. Maybe let's break these into like batches of 5 or something. Not a whole lot of space though, is there? Okay. Ingredients you need to collect: have a red arrow above them and they're right outside the hut's entrance. Show guide warning. Sure, we can do that again here. We'll do some like, I don't know, welcome to Cauldron Chronicles or something here. Welcome to Cauldron Chronicles. To start with, pick up and read the alchemy book. On the alchemy table. We can say, like, to start with, find the alchemy table. In your hut. And interact with the book nearby the shelf. You know what we could do with this is we could just throw like a temporary arrow that goes away the first time you read it. Like, that's super easy to do. Where's hidden in game? false. That's custom logic when you close it. Custom interaction logic. Destroy component. I don't know, maybe that'll help. I know it's kind of hidden when you walk around the corner here. Might be easy to miss. Books, while useless in most games, contain... I don't want to phrase this like not learnable knowledge is almost... are actually useful in Cauldron Chronicles. This book will unlock some good starter information about alchemy. In other books, can/will unlock new dialogue options as well. We will show a guide warning because maybe we'll make a section in the guide about books. We'll need to go through the whole guide as well as part of the tutorial rework. I consider it kind of one and the same. Maybe for the sake of things though, I will... Well, we can show it. Hey, Insight. How's your day been going? I just woke up. I'm very tired. So we have a long day ahead of us. Gotta do what you gotta do. Figured out the best way to explain like game combat. Oh, nice. Hey, Azur. Morning, guys. Here, let's turn up the music a little bit because this is our theme song, so it deserves it. You can see a collective a red arrow above them and a right outside of your hut's entrance. This will still work fine. Do we want secondary text for this? Maybe not. Well, maybe just very basic. Once you're done reading, close the book, and we can head outside. Note that all books can be read at any time. Through the bookshelf in your hut. Has some colorful glowing rocks on it. That'll work. It's like for honor, but faster, three-dimensional, and magic for long-range combat, at least for PvP. That sounds very intense, very cool, but also pretty difficult. I wish you the best of luck in making it. Okay, those will work. Realistically, I should just pull this from a a data table, whatever. Who cares? Time it would take me to make a data table, connect it all up, I might as well just write it in here. It's kind of weird. Music wouldn't play. So I don't know if I want to be first person or third. Initially wanted first person for realism and immersion, but I just feel claustrophobic in first person. That might be only a you problem. Some of it can depend on FOV and what you have in your HUD as well. You know, there's like first person games where you're wearing a helmet and you have like a, you know, you can see that with like a 3D representation. That can make the player feel claustrophobic. Small FOVs can also do that. Do we need to run this at all? Use to COD? Well, they've certainly had a lot of time to perfect their camera and controls. Everything you have and collect can be viewed in your inventory. If that wasn't obvious to people who have played games. Switch to the ingredient tab. We don't call it the Alchemy Guidebook though, do we? It's called something else. Alchemy for novices. I 'll 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 You say it's the hardest or the longest part of making a game? Alpha. Usually. Alpha and beta. It's just filling out the world with content. I mean, I would say that it's very difficult to make a good vertical slice for sure. That's not the longest part of it though, but that might be the most difficult. The longest for sure would definitely be just filling out content. Quests are one part. Everything else to all the art stuff, polishing it all up, testing it. You know, a lot of people think that if they share off their idea for a game or early stages of it being built, somebody will come by and steal it. In my opinion, unlikely. Because most of the effort making the game is actually just making the game, which a lot of people don't have the time or commitment for. On the top of the inventory window, let's see tabs for each category of item. Your ingredients tab contains all of your alchemical reagents for crafting potions. It's very difficult to make. I've been making my concept for 8 months. I ain't worried about someone stealing it. Concept for 8 months? Have you done any prototyping? Put these down here for the moment. Move them up in batches. Find the flowering bush ingredient you picked up and click the fork and knife icon on its row to eat it. ADHD paralysis, still waiting on meds. Stressful and a little tired to think about. No worries. Whenever you do jump into it, you will learn a hell of a lot very quickly just by trying to make those systems. Quick and easy way to learn random knowledge about an ingredient. Though it is a destructive method. Other methods of learning about ingredients exist. Books, NPCs, or let's say, I mean, NPCs is correct, and I think it will be the most obvious to players. Though it isn't very immersive of a term. Will you meet? Or even rituals. Alchemy of scrolls of knowledge, even rituals. I think we will show a guide warning for that to teach the player about discovery. We're definitely gonna need something for that. Like talking about it is avoidance, but I learn more when I talk about it. No, it's fine. I think there's no perfect way to make a game. But I do think that the practical application of your skills will teach you a lot. And something can always look fun on paper, but then when you go to test it, you know, it turns out not to be fun. I've had a few systems like that. There will probably be some things in Cauldron Chronicles that are like that too. Your very first customer is set to arrive. Let's close the inventory. Go wait in the hut for him. If this is empty, what do we do? We collapse that box. I don't know if we need secondary text for this. We might be able to leave that one blank. Hope the stream goes well. I'm gonna head to bed. Yeah, if you have to, take care, and your combat sounds pretty cool. Keep it up and keep refining it. I had a game idea back when I was in high school, so this was too long ago. It's like over 10 years ago. And it's really a shame, but you know, I think the game kind of got made today. It was supposed to be a very cooperative, highly realistic military shooter. And it's kind of been made today in other forms. I'm always sad though that I didn't pursue that. I wanted it to be like super class based and, you know, like really immersive simulation, a lot of, fucking Christ, I can't speak, I'm so tired. A lot of sim elements and immersive class roles, like with like the medic and shit. And every match was permadeath. So they were shorter matches. It wasn't like a, you know, long drawn out war or something. I don't know. I wonder if I still have those notes somewhere. I bet there's probably a notebook back at my home in the States that has all my notes and design for that. I had some pretty cool game modes too. Because like, you know, medics could keep each other alive, so you had to have like, there was a game mode where it's like 5 snipers versus 2 medics or something. One day maybe. Then again, multiplayer has changed significantly since I was in high school, and I don't know if games like that are even very popular anymore. Wait for the NPC to return from their adventure. Does it really take 5 minutes still for the NPC to run from up here? Maybe. Yeah, you know what? I will branch on this. Feel free to look around your house, hut, whatever the fuck we want to call it. Fuck some more ingredients nearby. While you wait. With the alternative spawn point enabled, the adventurer should arrive very soon. Interact with the NPC adventurer. You talk to him. What's the next objective? Closed out? Okay. You don't know what he's here for. So take care to learn about his problems and see if you can determine what will best assist him. Talk with the adventurer. Okay, that badge looks good. We will do a guide warning on that. I'm also kind of tempted that the moment you learn about the tutorial adventurer's potion needs, to do like just a quick pop-up. Okay, you learned about a potion need. You know, blah blah, they're not all going to be very obvious. Sometimes you'll need to suss out what's most important. I wish we had more NPCs, I really do. Because there's so many cool things we can do with the NPC system. You could even convince NPCs that they want a different potion than they asked for initially. But you know, we haven't written a scenario where that was appropriate. We do have one with Spoon where he will ask for something, but it's actually better if you don't give it to him. Which I think is nice. Yeah, it is what it is. You're done talking with the adventurer. Close the and have learned of his potion needs. Bring your way out of the dialogue. And we can go make our first potion. I think I'll remind the player here too. I know it's a little bit redundant, but it's a tutorial. Can't go wrong with some redundancy. As a specialist, you are the best suited to determine best potion for the problem. Don your investigating hat. Learn as much as you can. Okay, interact with the alchemy table. Interact with the alchemy table. Maybe I have some existing alchemy text that will work well here. Not really. As the book you read mentioned, alchemy is the process of combining two or more ingredients to create potion with magical effects. I feel like that should be said later. Do we actually want to put something here? Interact the alchemy table. Part of me thinks that reading any extra text while you're first learning how to use the alchemy table might be a little bit overloading. Okay. Where's that error? Set tutorial text has wrong number of arguments? Huh? What? Where's this error? Binding property? What did I accidentally click that it's now bitching at me about? What? Binding property. Text block text delegate on widget. Key objective text. The tutorial text has the wrong number of arguments. It needs to return one value and take no parameters. The fuck does that mean? Also, I'm surprised that we have that bound. Wait, why does it have an input? The fuck? Oh, that's weird. It somehow managed to get an F text input. That's odd. Very weird. I don't know how that happened. Cursed project. Okay, interact the alchemy table. The alchemy table can be found... Oh, the player should know where it is. I mean, it's... Like, they found the book on there. I don't know if we need to show anything. Switch to the ingredient shelf by pressing Q. Q and E can be used in the alchemy table to switch between stations. Take a look at the bottom right of the screen to see context controls for any situation, depending both on what you're looking at and what you're doing. Okay, that was good. Ingredient shelf stores not just the ingredients that you currently have, but it will also display information about every ingredient you've discovered. Right click on the we'll put that in little apostrophes. Right click on the jar named Toadstool. Send a toadstool mushroom to the alchemy table. From the ingredient shelf, you can send ingredients to both the, well, I don't know if I want the player to worry about processing station just yet. We'll start with that. Let's do the next batch. Okay. That one. That one. Okay. Let's do the same thing as before, but this time for the ingredient we picked up called Dragon's Eye. Right click on the Dragon's Eye jar. Oh, also close the toadstool jar with the X in the upper right. Alchemy table's a bit awkward with controls. It is what it is. Send a Dragon's Eye flower to the alchemy table. Press E to switch to the alchemy station. This is where we could write a little bit of something about alchemy. As you read in the book at the start of the game, alchemy is the process of combining two or more ingredients in a cauldron to produce a potion with magical effects. Let's investigate one of the ingredients we've added to the table right now. This can be right click any ingredient on the table. Okay, that looks good. Close the ingredient panel, info panel. When ready, left click, drag and drop both ingredients into the cauldron. right click the cauldron. Hover over. Let me see specifically what we call that. I think it's the Cauldron Potion panel or something. Resulting potion information. Any effect shown in the resulting potion information panel. Where you see the ingredients in the cauldron, click the red X next to their icons. Okay, that looks fine. Let's put these in now. I'm just gonna show the guide warning for this, like, this whole tutorial of alchemy. Just so the player, like, just rams it into their brain, hey, this information is all available at any time in the game guide. Okay, this batch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Switch cases are fun. They showed us. Switch cases, right? We had the same thought. Yeah. It's fast, it's quick. It's quick to prototype. Honestly, I just hate how big switch cases get in blueprints. Should see my widget element gather. Oh boy. Hey, Undertale, giant switch case. Balatro, giant switch case. Great games can be made with switch cases. Thanks, Henry, for not having a procedural node that does that. Yeah. I mean, even like, both with enums and with like gameplay tags, there's just no real way to... Gameplay tags are a little bit worse. You can't really switch on gameplay tag, which is kind of frustrating, even though gameplay tags are stored as f-string. The best you could do is just switch on f-string, but then you'd have to write manually all of the gameplay tags. It kind of sucks. Can you convert? You can only convert the tag to f-string. I mean, you could... I don't know, there's probably some fancy way to do it, but I just wish that I could switch on gameplay tag, you know? You definitely can, right? Switch on gameplay tag. There's a switch on gameplay tag. Oh, maybe they added this pretty new. Okay, never mind. You used to not be able to do this. I'm retarded. Move on. We're gonna tag the string. It's kind of weird that they store it as a string, but I guess gameplay tags themselves are probably hashed. Use generic switch instead of a specified one? Okay, yeah. This is ugly, but all it needs to do, it's a tutorial. All it needs to do is work. And then we never look at it again. Okay, close the ingredient info panel when ready. This can be left as it is. As you drag and drop ingredients, you can notice the resulting potion information panel start to change. The more knowledge you have of the ingredients put in, the more you'll know without having to brew. So if it with item slot equipment, needs to check every slot for allowed tag filter because the player might try to equip an item in any slot. That makes sense. Right-click the cauldron. For many things on the alchemy table, you can zoom in by right-clicking to see them better. It's lame, but it's important. Immersive sims are hard. They really are. Hover over any effect shown in the resulting potion. Is there a good way to get the player to know what this does? Well, they'll find it. They'll pixel hunt for it. Doing this allows you to see which ingredients are contributing to the effect on the resulting potion and which tier of the effect is being provided. Good enough. The second voice of the void and some weird item management ideas. What did they do with their game? You see the ingredients in the cauldron. Click the this will remove items from the cauldron, allowing you to process them or switch them out. Ingredients are only consumed when you actually perform the brew. Three-way interaction with almost any item. Hold, grab, collect. Which, in my opinion, the first two could be condensed into one. Yeah, how did they separate hold and grab? Kind of weird. At no point during development did they think, oh, it would just be great to put this into one input. Kind of weird. Okay, we're like halfway done. Then we'll need to make some pop-ups. And then we'll need to write an NPC. Though I'm only gonna give this NPC like 2 encounters and maybe a lore loop. Nothing too crazy. Holds when you put an item in your hand, grab is when you do Half-Life 2 style physics-based constraint attachment. Interesting. I mean, it does like the hold allow you to like investigate the item more? Because maybe then I can see it making sense. It was very bone-hard on imitating Source Engine, which is admirable. It sometimes feels unnecessary. I mean, they could have just made a game in Source Engine. Let's make a Half-Life 2 standalone mod. One is to have item-specific interaction. Oh, okay. That does make a bit more sense. Right-click the cauldron again to zoom out. Okay, I see. Shit, what was this? Drop ingredient again. Okay, yeah. Drop the ingredient back into the cauldron. You should now see a resulting potion with the restore health 1 effect. And the red brew button should be available to click above the cauldron. They added GTAO in the recent version? Did they? We will definitely take a look at all that stuff when we upgrade. But I can't upgrade right now because I have a lot of custom changes to plugins. And I don't want to deal with that headache for a prototype. Yeah, we can leave this blank too. Version 5.5.4. And we're working on a prototype, so this will all be, I won't say deleted, but it will be, we will make a fresh new project when we enter production. The latest, 5.4.4. Not 5.5.4, 5.4.4. I'm still waking up. Yeah, we're going to be seeking funding. We'll be starting pitches in about a month and a half. And be doing pitches probably throughout the entirety of the year. Off and on. And hopefully we get our funding. And start hiring some people. So much foam. I'm very anxious about pitching, but I'm also pretty excited. So I think we pretty much have the best that we can make with the resources and limited personnel that we have. Apparently Existence 4.224? Jesus. Back when they still had NVIDIA physics. And then replaced it with Chaos, which was not very smart in my opinion, because Chaos in 5.0 and 5.1, I think up to 5.2 even, was just horrible. Especially the performance. I don't know what they were thinking. Deprecating physics. And just switching it out for Chaos. Early Access 5.0 was honestly horrible. Like, everybody complaining about, you know, Lumen performance and even some Nanite performance in Unreal games. Likely they're playing early versions. They're playing versions of Unreal 5.0 games that were, you know, were with like the most broken versions of Lumen ever. They don't want to depend on third-party tech. Maybe not, but if you're going to replace something so important as physics in your engine, you better have something that is as good, at least, as the what you're replacing. And like you said, early Chaos, and even Chaos now is still kind of jank. Especially with like smaller objects. Chaos is fucking horrible with smaller objects. Made player movement based in physics seems fine now. That's pretty cool. I mean, it is better now. There are just still some issues, especially with, like I said, smaller objects. But I guess if you have the money now Havoc has Unreal support. Which is pretty cool. But this is probably at least like 20,000-30,000 to implement. I mean, if you're making a physics heavy game, 50,000 is not a crazy amount to spend on something as good as Havoc. But yeah, this prices out indies, unfortunately. It's good though. Havoc is very nice. Hey, Rixler, what is Havoc? It is a physics engine. Well, it's physics libraries. And you would know them because that, you know, they've been put in plenty of exceptional physics-based games. Hey, Mr. Feebo. Finalize the potion. 50k license fee per game. Yeah, up to a budget of up to 20 million. I mean, if your budget is anywhere over 5 million, by the way, spending 50,000 if you're making a physics-based game, that's nothing. It's, you know, it's still something, but you know, if one of your core pillars is to make like an immersive sim or like a physics-based game, spending 50,000 for a core pillar is very, very small. End up switching Havoc for Rubicon or whatever the new physics engine is called. Whatever Bethesda did for Starfield is, wait, Starfield is using Havoc, isn't it? Oops. Yes. It's not here though. So does it or doesn't it? Is Starfield here? Yes. Okay, yeah. Starfield honestly is, I think, a great showcase of Havoc physics. Just like this clip. I know it's low quality, but a ton of really small objects running at this frame rate is insane. Almost Starfield is everything else. It's just, I don't know. I didn't hate my time with Starfield, but I'm not going to remember much of my time with Starfield. It was a game. Or this one's a great example too. 10,000 milk crates. I only had like 5 crashes playing Starfield. And I 100% of the game. But this is an insane showcase of Havoc's power. Yeah, this was actually, in my opinion, Bethesda's most stable game. That's crazy. Havoc is wild. You did one replay? I had one quest issue that I had to fix with the console. Or no, two. I had two quests that I had to fix with the console, and only like a handful of crashes. But it wasn't bad. Things were getting out of hand since Fallout 4 and Starfield just got worse. I don't know, I didn't have that experience. Fallout 4 was way jankier and had way more crashes for me. But Starfield was very, very stable. The only thing was like performance in some of the settlements. But that did get fixed eventually. Have I played Star Citizen? No. Nope, I haven't played Star Citizen. Western Town was crashing consistently. Were you playing on PC or were you playing on console? Out of curiosity. I didn't have any crashes in that Akusa, I don't know. Whatever the name of that city was. I know which one you're talking about though. PC, weird. Yeah, I didn't have that. Did you have like maybe some performance issues? Because my PC maybe was pretty capable, and maybe people on lower end PCs had some issues. I mean, I've been around since the release of Oblivion and Skyrim. Skyrim on console was actually just broken. There was one point where you couldn't swim underwater because the game would crash, and that was in the game for like 2 months. There was also an issue where you couldn't even complete the Civil War quests because there were progression stoppers. Fallout 3 had similar problems, and Fallout 4 was just as bad. for whatever it's worth, they did at least improve the stability for Starfield, at least for me. 128 gigabytes of DDR. What do you even need that much for? What are you doing with 128 gigabytes? Make it easier to find in a pinch. You don't have enough. Are they abused DirectX 12 API function that caused GPU drivers to choke out? Weird. Weird. I don't know. I had an NVIDIA GPU. Didn't have that problem. Weird. I don't know. They probably fixed it now though, right? Just a shame. Starfield was just kind of bland. The DLC wasn't horrible though. But it was just pretty much more of the same. So if you didn't like Starfield, you weren't going to like the DLC. If you were okay with Starfield, you'd probably okay with the DLC. So back to No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is just okay for me. It's getting better. But I was one of the people who played it on launch, and so it's, you know, I still have that bad taste in my mouth with all the lies and deceit. And an actually broken game. Jesus Christ, that game was so broken on launch. You had like 50 FOV and the game would crash every 2 seconds. I'm glad they're fixing it. Completely opposite experiences. There's a whole there's a great video called New Disappointment Discovered. Holy shit, this game on launch was one of the worst things.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Did the game just crash? The PS4 just completely crashed. $60!
This game was just absolutely broken.
O jogo crashou. Eu tô ao vivo, ó. Eu tô ao vivo, juro que eu tô aqui. Eu tô aqui, ó, minha cara aqui, eu tô aqui, ó.
I remember I watched so much of this on Twitch when it came out, and literally everybody was just crashing. Crash, 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 crash.
And my game crashed. What do you know?
The soil is not alien for him. And the game fucking crashed.
It isn't pre-patch.
Well, the game first came out on consoles.
This is post-patch.
The first way to play No Man's Sky was on console. I think it was like a week earlier than PC. And PC still had issues. PC also had the FOV locked to like a maximum of like 70 or 80 or something. And there were massive performance problems on PC as well. And keep in mind, Sony was the publisher for this. Unacceptable.
$60! That's my problem. Set to report.
Oh, I watched a lot of Dan play this. You didn't get much issues with Cyberpunk, dude. You were lucky then, because everybody was having problems with Cyberpunk. They had to remove that from the PlayStation Store. That's how bad Cyberpunk's launch was. So the fact that it got past certification. I don't know if any of you have ever been part of console certification, but they are harsh. They will deny your game for the smallest problems. I don't know how Cyberpunk got past certification. I really don't. I think somebody was paid off. I'm gonna be super tinfoily about that. Somebody got paid off. I've seen console builds get denied simply because an achievement wasn't obtainable. I've had my own game get denied because I included Taiwan as a country. That was a fun one. They will deny your game for some of the smallest reasons. It was more like, hey, don't pay too much attention. These guys are a well-known company. I think there's just, yes, I don't know, something happened. For real? Yeah, for real. Yeah, Taiwan and another one. Like, I pulled like a... I found like a all countries list. Maybe it was like maybe this one. And I copied this. Yeah, I must have copied like a list like this one. Because you could choose the nationality for your character when you started. Like a simulator game. And I was like, okay, I'll just include these. And they were like, for sure, Taiwan was a problem. I think there was one in the Bs too. Like either like Botswana or something. Or Bhutan. So yes, no joke. We were told to remove Taiwan from our game. Thank you, Sony. PC Master Race? Well, it had to be removed from PC as well. What are these? Sony's also behind Concord, so I don't know if they have any credibility left. Not anymore. Ever since people like Shuhei Yoshida and Sean Layden. Not Sean Layden. What was his name? Jack Tretton. I do think that Jack Tretton, Shuhei Yoshida, and to an extent Sean Layden were some of the best people to put in charge of Sony back in the day. If anybody remembers the PS4 reveal E3 conference. That was a roller coaster day of emotions for gamers. Xbox had the first conference. And they revealed the Xbox One, $500. And you had to be connected online to play games. And you couldn't trade games, even if they were physical. And then Sony comes out late in the day. Gamers are crying. They don't know what to do with themselves. And they say, here's the PS4. It's $100 cheaper. You don't have to be connected online. You can trade games. What a year. That was wild. Meanwhile, PC players chuckle. For a while, they couldn't because there were actually legitimately great exclusive games on console that I think PC players were missing out on. Just some like massively incredible titles. But this was back in like PS3 and early PS4 era. Nowadays, there isn't really much of a reason to own a console if you have a PC, although consoles are still a very cheap way to play games at very high fidelity. There's no way that you can make a PC for $400 to $500 that will play games the same level of fidelity and stability that consoles offer. You see that games on Switch 2 are an 80? Yeah, I saw everything regarding the Switch 2 and it looks fucking horrible. Leave it to Nintendo to be anti-consumer though. People will still lick their butthole. My take is that I need a PC not only for games, so consoles are out of the question. No, that's fair. I mean, most people have good enough PCs at this point to play a lot of games. And you know, you have laptops which have the portability factor. For many people, consoles just aren't that useful, but I think consoles are still useful just because of the price point. And the stability. It's nice just to be able to like throw in a disc and the game just works. And you know it'll run fine on those settings. Unless you're No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk. And somehow get past certification. I don't know how either of those games got past certification with everything that I know about Sony, and Sony is the strictest. Or Fallout 76, yeah, I mean, fuck Bethesda for telling some random ass new studio in Texas to make a multiplayer game on the Creation Engine. It's a miracle that that game actually exists. So on a 1070, you can play pretty much everything? On a 1070? Maybe on like lower settings and resolutions. Did that game brick consoles at some point at launch? I don't think Fallout 76 was available on consoles at launch. But I could be wrong about that. Dev UE5 RX 580? Boy. Give potions to any adventurer if they're accepting of them. Hey, Jamox. MOBAs are shitty Asian MMOs that look great but have no substance and are just pay to win. Play Final Fantasy 16 just fine with frame gen. Well, frame gen is fake frames. It's nice. I think it's interesting technology for people with really old cards. But it's, you know, it's fake frames. It's not going to fix input lag or anything that you have with lower frame generation time. Yeah, and how are you using frame gen on a 1070? How's a 1070 using frame gen? You need an RTX card for that. Or any FSR supported card. FSR and Intel XeSS works? Okay. Yeah, I don't know which cards FSR supports. Are you using that, that frame gen software on Steam? I forget what it's called. You despise NVIDIA's push for mandatory RTX? Like every 5 years, some new technology comes out like that, where, you know, the newer lines of GPUs are the only ones that support it. RTX will become standard. We just give it a few more years. Pretty much everybody will have an RTX card anyway. I mean, likely the most popular cards. It's really hard to tell. I mean, you definitely have probably over 25% of the market share right now that has RTX cards. Of all Steam users. It will become more common. Well, ray tracing is expensive, you know, it's like, what are you going to do? If you want to enable ray tracing, you are going to have a powerful card. That's just how it's always been. It's a miracle that games can run with ray tracing at real time, 60 FPS, that's crazy. Back in the day when you had to do Blender renders that took, you know, overnight just to render one scene. Doesn't even look that good. Doesn't look that good yet. It's just expensive technology. Remember when NVIDIA Physics came out? Not only did you need the best GPUs to run physics, you actually needed 2 GPUs to run physics. You needed one in SLI to dedicate to physics, while the other one was just there for rendering the game. And now it's just, oh, the game has physics, okay. Enable. Pretty much no loss in frame rate. Before that, when I was super young, you had to buy new audio cards to play games. And those things cost like $600-700. So we're in that dip where hardware needs to catch up with technology, and then the technology becomes more performant, the hardware becomes better, and turning on ray tracing in the future will just be like a, okay, yeah, just it's turned on, no problem. Only 50% performance. Yeah, it wasn't even great performance boost. The best use of SLI was to dedicate that to physics. That was the best case. Witcher 3, you couldn't even turn on hair physics without the best GPU for hair. And it didn't even look good. And I think also like fur at that time, they were trying the fur, NVIDIA fur technology, whatever the fuck it was called. Do I have any pre-existing? Yeah, we'll just copy that. He's supporting the furry community. No, I think that a lot of gamers nowadays just don't remember, or they weren't around for those early days of new technologies. What we're seeing now with RTX is nothing new. And I don't think most gamers know just how heavy and expensive it is to perform any ray tracing in real time. Adventure will leave and go perform their adventure. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else to say about that except that. Wait for the adventurer to return. Could copy this. What does that keep happening? How does a random ass F text magically appear? I think by the year 2070, video games are going to get more realistic. I don't know how we can make games more realistic at this point. The only two... Well, for sure, like, fluid simulations are the last hill to climb up. Real-time fluid simulations. Everything else, you'd kind of just be entering the uncanny valley. I actually predict that games will become less realistic. But mechanics and simultaneous simulations will become deeper. Because that can still improve with hardware technology. There are still technical limitations to the amount of things that can be shown per frame, right? Or be rendered per frame. Or be, like, you know, shoved into memory. But I think players will start to reject games if they start to approach the uncanny valley, and the budgets that are required to surpass the uncanny valley are already proving to tank AAA companies, because, you know, there's just no way that they can make a game that succeeds in doing that without completely destroying the project, right? You know, if you make a game that costs $400 million of budget to make, you need to regain that and more, and you do that by increasing the price of the game and or widening the audience. Of course, people don't like the widening of the audience because you then end up with a game that has nothing to say. Dragon Age Veilguard is one. So I don't know. I don't know if people... I think some gamers want realism. I think that that's a dying breed, though. But I think that there are still companies that are doing it well. And maybe AAA companies will follow suit, like Rockstar. But even then, I think Rockstar sometimes avoids the uncanny valley by knowing exactly when to gamify. And by still having slightly ridiculous storylines, and not in a bad way, but just a little over-the-top characters, a little over-the-top storylines, so that they can say, oh, this is still a game. Yes, we want really immersive cutscenes, we want our characters and animations to look good, but this is still a game. It's not trying to get you to forget that it's that. Potion you gave them, and how well this potion satisfied the core commission. That should work. We could skip the talk with the NPC again if the player does get the NPC killed. We could do it. I think it's this one here. What is his NPC ID? It's Mage, right? I think it is. Yeah, going back to that Switch too. I saw it all last night when I was chilling. I think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up that they region locked the Switch 2 because the Japanese version will be cheaper than the international version. I think the game key cards is fucked up. I think that games costing $80 to $90 is fucked up. And these, by the way, this is the Nintendo Switch. They don't put their games on sale. This is not Steam. You will not see a 90% sale on some 2-year-old RPG from Nintendo. If that game came out at $80, 2 years from now, that game will still cost $80. And you have to pay for upgrades, which Sony did and people fucking hated, and they did revert some of those back. But if you bought a game on the Switch and you want to play it on Switch 2 and have the upgrade, you have to pay money for that. I don't see it. I mean, it's Nintendo, so I assume that it will still be financially successful. But I'm not going to buy one. Nintendo admitted their games will be $80? Yes. Yes, indeed. Where is it? Oh, this is the price of the $80 for the controller. $80? How much is the PS5 controller? Which I think is actually a fantastic controller. $339. That's like $80 too. Is this actually a good controller though? $50 is the first Pro controller, but they look almost identical. I mean, at least with the PlayStation 5 controller, it really, like, the PS5 controller is fantastic. It has a great weight to it, a great feel. And I think that the technology that they've put into the triggers has been awesome. I didn't really think that it was that cool, but then I played, what was it? What's the bot game? Astrobot. Pretty cool. Jesus, they're milking this. This might have worked back in like the late 2000s when people had more money to spend on this shit. Nowadays? Jesus Christ. Please don't show like porn. Yeah, digital games are now $80. You like to put on Vibrate. $449, $499 with Mario Kart. I heard too that you have to pay for a tech demo game. Switch 2 launch titles. What was it called? There's like some game coming on day one of Switch 2. That's like basically like a tech demo. Hold on, I might be able to find it. Cauldron Chronicles? This welcome tour. Explore the new system through tech demos, minigames, and quizzes with Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, a paid downloadable launch title for Nintendo Switch 2. I want you to keep in mind that no matter what you think of the PS5 and its lack of titles, this was available for free on PS5. And this was good. This is made well. Astrobot was free. Is this the second one? Or is this the first one? Wait, what was the... Wait, hold on. Maybe the... Hold on. It wasn't called Astrobot, was it? Astro's Playroom. Sorry. This was the one. Astro's Playroom was free. And this was built as a playable tech demo for the PS5. But it was actually just super well made. Yeah, no, this was great. That's the reason why Astrobot did so well, is just because this game was so much fun. And this was free. But God forbid I want to play something similar on Nintendo Switch 2. I have to play for it. I have to pay for it. Did Astrobot win GOTY? It won a lot of GOTYs, yeah. It's a really cool game. It's very well made. So yeah, fuck this. I'm not gonna pay for this shit. Nintendo's greedy as fuck. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, they've always been. How you doing, Simon? Alright, we're nearing the end of this. Boring tutorial day. I'm trying to make Kratos voice in silence, boy. Hot take. I didn't like Ragnarok as much as I liked the first new God of War game. I didn't hate Ragnarok, but I don't think that it was as good. No, with Parenthood. Also that. Stupid fucking Switch case. Oops. You like my spaghetti? Thank you. It's my... I really don't want to make a more involved tutorial system, so I'm just going to make a giant Switch case. That's what I call it. I know what video that is. I gotta be careful. I play the weirdest shit sometimes, and then I upload my video, my VOD. Content blocked in all territories. Oh, wonderful. Lockable processing station that can be used to modify ingredients, changing their effects and flavor. I think most tutorials are kind of like this though. Like hard code, script, little shit to happen. Will come be an ingredient CC if you want it to, yes. Goblin come. Spoon's nut. Tempting. Tempting, but no. I could add a line to Spoon's dialogue where he's like, rather than, you know, like he's talking about like making his son Teaspoon with Ladle, his wife, and he's like, rather than show her my spoon nut, or no, at first I showed her my spoon nut, and then I showed her Spoon's nut. I could add a line like that. I think I already have enough cancelable topics that you talk about with Spoon, though. This man will have an argument about breast sizes with you. He believes in flat Earth. He's kind of racist. You can get in insulting matches with him in at least 3 different locations. You can just have an insult fight with him. Flat Earth, but not flat shot. He likes them flatter. He also offers to set you up with a goblin. So I'm gonna off him. As an alchemist, items like swords, shields, well, no, we won't put this like this. The other tab contains anything that doesn't qualify as an ingredient, potion, or seed. Fucking switch case. It's one of those times where this in code would look way nicer than blueprints. Click the use button on the processing station. This will unlock the station immediately at the alchemy table. Close your inventory. Hey Simon, I got a question for you. If you're able to talk about it. If he's still here. He and I only got the chance to talk once at Gamescom like many years ago. That was fun though. That was fun. We were showing off our games to the press, and it went okay. I don't mind speaking to the press, but I kind of prefer speaking to players. Everybody was nice though. Send an ingredient to the processing station. Switch to the processing station. Okay. We don't need any text for this. You'll have to press E twice to get to the processing station from the ingredient shelf. We'll put that in both. Okay, the light is at the end of the tunnel. We're almost done, and we know that this works since we tested it yesterday, so we can move on from this hell. You know what? I was thinking about something. There's one thing I want to do. Where's the right click on the ingredient to see info about it? You can also send an ingredient back to the shelf or to the processing station from here if you'd like. That'll work. Okay, drag left click, drag and drop an ingredient into the grinding station box. While dragging, you'll see a light appear above each processing station that's been unlocked. If the light is green, it means the ingredient can be processed in that way. If it's red, it cannot be. If the ingredient you sent here does not support being ground, feel free to select another. Grind the ingredient by clicking the process button. We'll modify its effects and flavor. Though already discovered effects will be visible if that effect is also on the ground variant. Should work. Right-click the ingredient. See more information. Exit the alchemy table. Feel free to send the processed ingredient back to your shelf before you exit. But don't worry, the ingredient isn't going anywhere. We'll put here too, processed ingredients cannot be reprocessed. And only ingredients in their normal state have the potential for processing. Raw. I'll put raw there, just for you. Open the discovery menu by pressing tab. It is tab, right? My controls are all fucked up in this game. You can track ingredient discovery and see what... You know what, we'll just tell the player to do it. And then we'll put it in this one. Ingredient discovery and the rewards for discovering ingredients fully can be viewed here. For the prototype, we've reduced the amount needed to unlock larger cauldrons. Significantly. Don't forget. Eating, reading books, talking with people, and performing alchemy are all viable ways to learn information about ingredients. Let's see, the prototype tutorial is finished. You can continue to explore if you'd like. There are a couple more NPCs to meet, well as plenty of activities to engage in. Look around for puzzles, enemies to combat with potions you brew, fishing spots, fishing and trapping spots to engage with, or perhaps tasks to take for various rewards, well as farming spots. I mean, this will kind of be doubled with the pop-up that appears when you complete the tutorial. Maybe I could fix this, but... we'll start with this, though. Okay. It's a giant ugly switch case. My level of care is minimal. As long as it functions. Who cares? You could have to say, like, close the alchemy book when you're done reading. I really hate. Like, I know the player can hide it, and I know that I purposefully don't hide it just for these few tutorials. I still don't like it, though. I could flash the hide button if we want. I don't know, we'll get some people to play test it before we push the new build. Okay, that's Spoon for now, but of course we have a new NPC we need to write for that. Will be something very simple. I kind of like that just because it'll require the player to make another restore health potion. I mean, they have another dragon's eye here that they'll see. Maybe I could put a little toadstool mushroom nearby. I also could hint to the player here that they can zoom into the processing station to see it better. Discovery. Menu. Royal needs to stay up. Yeah, we'll do the pop-up there. I mean, it is all working. Not the most enjoyable thing in the world, though. Could be worse. With the new NPC, at least it should be better. I hate that. Stupid Skyrim. Which one of you in chat convinced me to use the Skyrim sound for unlocking locations, huh? Who was it? Oh, thank you for compiling shaders. I appreciate that. I still don't know why this snail, and only this snail, is like a million light years faster than... Oh, he is also floating too. I love it. Exceptional. These stairs are really annoying to walk up. I hate it. I hate it, but I couldn't find any better sound. Oopie. I don't know if I have any good fishing bait for these guys. Guess so. He's a wily little bitch, isn't he? Got him. That's weird. Strange collection of rocks indeed. What could they mean? Beautiful. Daily keck tax paid. I wonder why the grass is doing that. What if it's the fog? I wonder what happens if I throw a Aether light on myself here. I do light up a bit. Surprise, that fucking music. So loud. Yeah, Aether light potion's nice. We will have to... Somebody cannot let me forget to take off that debug sphere before we push our build public. We can't have that. Eat ball water. I wonder if that actually lit anything up. Apparently not. Or maybe it applied to me. I don't know. Feels like pretty spoopy though with the at nighttime with the fog. Pretty nice. I approve. I believe in Harvey Dent. That didn't work. I gotta talk to Casper about that. Restore health should work. I don't know why it's not. Restore health is being a bitch. I mean, we do have this pathway up here, but I kind of worry that the player won't know that solving the puzzle opens this up. You could put like some lights around it or something, I don't know. I mean, if you go up to the top of the hill, you can probably see it in there. Not super easily, but... something is visible. He's so dumb. Was this dead tree ever fixed too? Or is this still... I don't know. Maybe it's working. I have no restore health, really. There's one. Yeah, it's not working. Maybe just restore health as a whole is like fucked up. Borked. I don't know. I know Kotspur I think was fixing something like that, but I'll have to talk to him again. Alright, give me 1 second to go to the bathroom. And then we can fix up these issues. And then we can start writing that the tutorial character. Replace Spoon. BB. Ugh. I'm gonna have cheese and the jalapeno flavored peanut. 3 of them. Only 3. That'll help me wake me up. Oh fuck, those are good. Oh fuck. I shouldn't have done that. Now I want more of them. Oh, that was stupid of me. I know what'll wake me up, sipping on some vino. Some Cabernet Sauvignon. That's the correct way to pronounce it. I'm French. Oui, oui. Very fancy. What, like my $10 bottle of wine? It's fancy. That's kind of why I like mulled wine, is because you can use really cheap mulled wine, or really cheap wine, to make good mulled wine. It's way better than like, oh, which of these 50 bottles do I choose for maybe having a tasty bit of wine for my cheap carp that I bought? Nope. Just buy some cheap wine, throw some sugar and some spices into it, let it warm up, you're good to go. Unless you're here in Poland. If you're here in Poland, you can buy pre-made mulled wine. This is a really popular brand here in Poland. I think it's okay. It's standard. It's your middle of the road. You can't go wrong with it. And so for this, all you have to do is just throw it in a pot, heat it up for like, 5 minutes on a gas stove. You're good to go. Even better, they sell this stuff in like multi-liter boxes. That's for the weekend. Alright, let me place a toadstool here. Toady stool. Stool of toads. That might conflict a little bit with the farming plot that would be here. Throw it here. Okay. Discovery menu tutorial needs a step that I can do that in the first person. Blueprint. If we are on stage, open discovery menu. Okay. That'll fix that. So let's rewrite our mage character. Alaric. I'm actually gonna write him as like an alchemist. A little bit, or he's dabbled, he can tell you some info. Just because that will help to reinforce for players that talking to NPCs does have uses. But this will just be a really simple story of he only needs a health potion for something. You can talk to him a little bit, give him the health potion, he'll come back, he'll tell you how it is, and then thank you and leave. Nothing too crazy. The old one. Yeah, this was the original setup. Some of this can be reused. Hmm. Right now, likely we... Yeah, we just put starting weight of 0. No spawning conditions. We'll make sure to only allow Spoon to spawn once the second mage encounter is finished. Well, let's make it. Let's write him up first. Let's say Alaric. That name still works just fine. Mage and dabbled in alchemy. Kicked out of the Mages Guild for studying alchemy, and use this to talk about how alchemy is frowned upon in the Eastern Kingdoms. It's part of lore with essence. On his way to the ice marches to study more with the guild there in... Oh god, what's the name of the capital in the ice marches? I forgot. Frozen Fallow is the town. Ice marches is the reason. Ice Watch. Is the name. Part of a rather interesting dungeon. Nearby that he'd like to explore. Needs a health potion. For it. Let's see. Where's my list of effects? We can definitely do extra main potion responses and outcomes. We could write about that dungeon somewhere. I think in that alchemy book, we do have information about common ingredients for Rithia. I really want to write another book though. Oops. We can fix that. Yeah, I'll fix that. It'd be cool if there was a little book about that dungeon. But I don't know if I want to write another book. It doesn't have to be terribly long though, to be fair. We'll think about it. I don't want to go overboard with the tutorial NPC because he should be a little bit simpler. He should be an introduction to the systems at play here. Yeah, we'll just delete this. Restore health is required, so that won't do anything. Positive outcomes for these. No response. Neutral. You know, while he is the tutorial NPC, you're just meant to give him the restore health potion. It's a sandbox, you know, the player could do it. The player could just say, fuck it, what if I give him poison? So we'll see. He'll die if any of those are on there. Okay. No, we're not gonna see anything magic is in there. That can be deleted. Aether Light. Finds hidden loot. We'll say he finds hidden loot if these are put on there. Outcome should be positive then for that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty decent response board. For anybody who doesn't know, when we write an NPC and we have them request a potion, they then have to have responses to that. And those can be positive, negative, or neutral, and then we have to write outcomes for those responses. In the case of these, it's a lot of work. An awful lot of work. But it's a cool system so that even if you provide things that the player or that the NPC wasn't expecting on the potion, then they have a response for it, and they might even have a specific different outcome for it, right? So even though this tutorial NPC only wants restore health, if the player should provide Aether Light, Night Vision, or Druid Sense on it, he will find some hidden loot and bring it back for you. Other cases, he might just die. Not very nice of you, but it can happen. Bonus effect types. Fortify health. Restore stamina. Fortify stamina, essence. Visibility and bulwark. Aether Light, Night Vision, Druid Sense, Warmth. Penalty effect types. He doesn't really have any negative. Kind of just dies. He's weak. Really what it comes down to. I mean, we kind of want to make it easier to accomplish anyway. No secondary effects. Don't need this. That's unimportant. Unimportant. We will write this. Hold on, let me save this. We'll write this after we get the first shit written. Where are his saved choices? Okay, conditions, save choice. Treated mage 1, false. Another NPC. I really hate writing NPCs. I'm slow at it, I'm bad at it. I find it tedious. Ugh. But it gotta be done. Maybe not. We'll keep it simple though. Hey, Cusper. We have an issue with restore health that needs to be resolved. I don't know if you fixed that in your new branch, but it is not still not working. Oh, restore was resolved in the new branch. Cool, cool. Good to hear. Was it was hooked up to the tree, right, as well? But I didn't pull in from the new branch because there were merge conflicts. Can accept all yours? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if he would, because it was like the first person character and the map, so I didn't know if he touched anything too crazy. On map is the addition to the pool. Okay. Your hesitancy. And living alone can be dangerous. Assure you, however, I'm only in need of a potion. Stick. Found you. I am in need of a potion. Make it myself. I don't have the equipment on me. Per way weren't healed is a requirement of player to be a live creature. We just needed to add that tag to the player and begin. Oh, okay. I think there's an issue with grant tag on instant effect. Okay. Okay. I see. I feel like there was one other thing too I wanted to talk about. I don't know. Oh, yeah. We still have issues with supersonic speed snail. Less important, we have a lot of issues with all of the creatures and the nav mesh. And the floating, you know, problem that we had. That would be very lovely to fix up for the build. I still don't know why that's happening. Cancer issue? Uh-oh. What is the problem with it? Do you know what's causing it? No. Hmm. How much you want to bet it's fluid flux? What if it's like the fluid domain or something causing it? That's going to do two big nav mesh so that we have some object that are not changing. Nav mesh but collides with it, yeah. I mean, it's weird that everything shows normal as it should. I don't know. But yeah, it could be. What potion do you need? Redfall had that issue? Wait, you mean... Yeah, I know which game you mean. I would like to avoid every single issue that Redfall had. Just... You know. I hope we can sell more copies. You know, I think selling 10 copies is already probably more copies than Redfall sold. So, Ideally, we do sell more than 10 copies. A lot of objects didn't affect navigation, so yeah, I can't avoid it. Yeah, but I don't think that's the issue. I mean, they're just floating. It just happens in like the most weirdest random places. I mean, it's not something like that they can't like fly or anything, right? I mean, they can technically jump. I don't think anything's telling them to, though. They could find it's not supported by default. And I don't think they're considered swimming or anything either. I mean, I guess we could just try turning some of the stuff off that we know for sure we don't need and see if one of these is maybe causing a problem. It's the only thing I can think of. Checked nav mesh walking. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe some of these things can resolve it. I don't know. Imagine living alone out in the wilderness can be dangerous because of the implication, of course. Not that something will go wrong, but she doesn't know that. What potion do you need? On my way to Ice Watch, figured I could earn some money along the way, some gold. Fantastic's nav mesh fixes in Steam. Yeah, I saw you completed some things in U-Track last night. If combat's all done for now, we can close that out off. Druid sense? Not for now. Not for now. We can deal with that after Digital Dragons if we need to, but not for now. You could tackle some of the, if you want to make the depth, start making the depth level. Oh, damage to enemies? What do you mean damage to enemies? Damage from enemies attack? Yes. Yes. Yeah, 100%. We need that. Especially now if death handling is fixed, which I think I saw that you did that. Then we should be able to hook all that up. Give them like just low-ish amounts. Like I can do a run through of balance at some point this month. But it shouldn't be too crazy. Yeah, nav mesh fixes, if we can't do it, skip it, whatever, who cares. I have to give you that new invite to Steam, so that's on me. Damage from enemies' attacks. And then we can both start to tackle some of the ideas listed in the depth level. And if you have any other ideas that we can just quickly prototype in a level without any art or anything, that would be great. Spawners? Yeah, I did make spawners. They would need a little bit of tweaking to work out in the open world. So we could place those around. We should place those around. Let me add that to you, track. New card. Receive damage from enemies. Assign it to you. Spawners that will respawn per time of day. It should be pretty quick. I have an enemy spawner that I use for the dungeon. All of this should work out. Just have to hook up a different binding. And that's pretty much it. And then I just send a BPI back to remove the enemy from a list of spawned versions. I don't know, we can hook it up to like every night, you know, bind to sunset or something from Ultra Dynamic Sky, or we can count the number of hours since the last one was attempted to spawn, and we can try to spawn one every, I don't know, like 6 or something hours. But this should be reusable. Arrow for spawn location, and then arrow for which direction it faces. Okay, awesome. Cool, cool. And then once that's made, I can just start placing some spawners around. And then we could delete some of the... We'll probably just delete all of the base spawns for animals and let the spawners handle it. That would be the best idea. Okoto? Who's that? Receive damage from enemies. Enemy spawners. I'll assign the spawners to both of us so that if you want to make the spawner and then just have me place them around, I can do that. Then I'll make a new card over here for... NPC 4. Tutorial NPC. Spirit of the Forest? Is this a new enemy? Is this the cow level? Is this the lesson in Witcher 3 White Orchard that appears if you kill all of the cattle? New AI? Also, I noticed, I don't know if you fixed this in your new branch. I think the enrage or the frenzy effects were always visible in enemies. I swear I saw that. I don't remember where I saw that. Hey, Boom Raccoon. Is this you? I assume that's you, Boom Raccoon. We'll want to do some profiling too. Probably end of the month. I don't know if there's anything that we can really do majorly to help with performance, but something would be nice. Nailed your body shape. He's your Easter egg? Okay, don't tell me how to spawn him. We'll see if we can discover him naturally when we are playing. Oh, right now you can't? Okay, whenever you implement him, don't tell me how to spawn him. And then we'll do a whole bunch of playtesting before release. And we'll see if we can get him naturally. Wanted to check them out. Not too sure what to expect. You can never go wrong with a simple healing dram. Gotta go? Yeah, take care. And thanks for all the work, Cuthbert. End of the month. That's our goal. End of the month, we want to have our first playable finished. And then honestly, after I prepare all the materials and we do our pitches, I'm going to take a break. As I think I've deserved it after working on Cauldron Chronicles for a bit. I'll probably take my honeymoon finally. Because we didn't take one when we got married. Not me and Cuthbert. Not yet. Me and my wife. Be nice just to take like a nice 2-week vacation. Relax for a bit. Enjoy the sun. Play Doom Dark Ages because that'll come out while I'm busy with pitching. When does that come out? That comes out like right over Digital Dragons or something, or like the week before. Horrendous timing. The 15th. It is like 3 days before Digital Dragons. Horrible timing. I'm still gonna find time to play it though. Can't stop, won't stop. We're gonna force the player to take this commission, the tutorial. Okay, let's do a continue here. Do. Starts dialogue. We're gonna jump to this node. Let me know when you've got it made, but please take your time. I'm in no rush. Add some dummy responses here. And we'll want another one. Hello again. That potion for me. Gonna travel somewhere for the honeymoon? I think so. I don't know. I need to talk to a lawyer first. That might sound bad when I'm talking about my wife that I just got married to. But it's actually about my residency here in Poland. We just want to make sure about something. And then we might be able to travel. We don't have a whole lot of money, but we can probably find something quite fun. They have those travel packages and such to like Croatia or someplace. I don't really know where. I'd like to go to North Italy. Never been. Croatia would be cool. Montenegro would be pretty awesome as well. Albania could be cool. Exactly, someplace warm. You and I both agree on that. I have wanted to go to Morocco as well. And Portugal. But those will be a little bit more... I think Portugal will for sure be a little bit more expensive. I don't know how expensive Morocco is. I also need to double check if I would actually like Moroccan food. What does Moroccan food look like? Yeah. Yeah, I could vibe with this. Lots of browns, few greens. I'm all in. Maybe Syria? I'm just kidding. I'm gonna skip out on going to Syria this time of the year. Made me hungry now. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, I have to check if I can leave the country at the moment, just out of safety. If not, then we'll just go somewhere here in Poland and chill out. Can always go up to the Baltic. Hang out at like Gdańsk. Gdańsk is pretty pretty. Very beautiful. Can't go wrong with that harbor. Always nice during the summer. I mean, technically, even if I am not allowed to like leave Poland, you can pretty much hop a train and get to anywhere in the EU without getting passport checked, but windy north, yeah, you're right. It would be pretty windy. It'll definitely be colder up here than whatever the current temperature is. Could always go to Prague as well. I've never been to Prague. Prague could be kind of fun. Also pretty quick to get there. I'm just here in Katowice. I imagine that's a pretty short train ride. I have been to Ostrava before, and it was... people were not very nice to me there. Because I didn't speak any Czech, and I don't speak like any Polish either. And it was many years ago. Honeymoon on Gamescom. I mean, Gamescom would be super cool to go to, but I can't afford it this year. Next year, maybe. Next year, maybe. All depends on the financials. My wife did almost get a job with a game studio here in Katowice, which would have been cool because then she would be in the industry. We'd be able to go to Gamescom together. She isn't, but she has. But there was a producer job here in Poland that required Japanese language support. Artist? No, she would be. This would have been like a junior producer role, which would be great. They would have taught her, and it needed to have really good Japanese language ability and English. She's pretty much near native English speaker, native Polish speaker, and she has like the second highest Japanese language proficiency. So it would have been perfect. And she's a lot more organized than I am. Huge cookie. But they had to halt hiring just because apparently it's like they were waiting. They were preparing for the position to be opened. But then, I don't know, they like delayed something internally, so they weren't, they're like, we'll keep you, we have to delay it, so we'll contact you again if that opens back up. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Big brain wife, yeah, she is pretty big brain. Big brain, bigger butt. Hopefully she isn't watching right now. Hopefully she is. I know. Because you were already following me, Huge Cookie. You cheater. Cheaty, touch my meaty. Safe choice. Greeted mage 1, true. It's not fair. Shut up. Show potion bartering, show dialogue close. Technically, I can kind of give the player a little bit of an assist here with this. Okay, I'm not gonna make like a big lore loop for him. I'll make like a what's your story kind of branching dialogue, and he'll talk about this stuff up here. Again, I just want this to be nice and quick. We will save that the player was hesitant. Okay. What's your story? I don't think I got a name. Conditions, saved choice, hesitant, false. True. I don't think there's a whole town down there. Fish traffic cones, bicycles, at some point I'll fish a car or something. I think there is a car. I actually do, I 100% remember there is a car that you can catch with the fishing. You can also make custom fish. I could make spoon into a fish that you could catch very rarely. Or a spoon nut item. That'll be worth 69 gold. Apologize for my lack of manners. The name's Alaric. Former mage of the Shidri Magi. Alaric. We'll do the double hookup here. To a mage. Yes, indeed. Although I also dabbled a bit in alchemy myself. That would be the reason for the word former. My, well, former comment. The other magi weren't too keen on my investigations into alchemy. Why is that? Again, I just want to keep it short. I want to keep it quick. We can let the player go into, you know, deeper detail with Spoon for sure, and with the merchant. What's her name? I forget her name. This one, I just want to be quick, but we can still put a little bit of lore in here. I think it's fine. We can hint that, you know, alchemy is frowned upon in the Shidri Kingdoms, and why is that? It's not to one such as yourself. Here's you. You know much of the history of alchemy. Fuck, I can just see this question. This could expand into a massive web of dialogue options. Avoid it, avoid it, avoid it. We can always come back. We can always make him a full character in the vertical slice. I have other things I need to do this month. Not surprised. Don't take that as an insult. Being insulated from the outside world, in my opinion, would be quite a blessing. Alchemy has a rather troubled past, and in many cases, like in the Shidri Kingdom, it is outlawed entirely. I could do a little bit of a loop here. What troubled past could alchemy have? They've outlawed alchemy in Chidri Kingdom. You foretelling me about alchemy. I'll be careful out here. Alchemy is a relatively new art based around the manipulation essence. You can think of that as a sort of life force that all things contain. In many cases, this essence is can be used for various effect. Magic is one way to manipulate the essence around us. That doesn't seem bad in any way, though. Unfortunately, it can be. As all living things, including humans, or including, we could say including humanoids, or I'll say including humans like us, contain essence. Let's just say that this can be manipulated as well. What does that mean? Would you prefer the softer explanation or the bare truth? To hear the truth, or I like to hear the exact truth, No beating around the bush. Not sure I can stomach what I imagine you're about to say. Give me the light version. To put it simply, a person's life force can be used to perform magic at the cost of that life force. Well, magi are rare. The ability to siphon essence from living beings enables us to perform incredible feats of magic. Historically, slaves and prisoners of war have been used to cause cataclysmic damage to nations. As essence, found in all living things, magic can be used, magic can be performed Does that line up? Not all, I'm afraid. At behest of a late king, a vile madman, experiments on essence led to the discovery of alchemy. The first potions, essence potions, were created by liquefying animals and siphoning off their essence into bottles. once he discovered that humans contained magnitudes more essence than animals. Well, I'm sure you get the picture. How does that relate to alchemy? This has led to the discovery of alchemy. Potions. Let's say harvesting it from living things. Those living things did not survive the process. Actually, I'm glad that I'm putting this lore in here, though. Been sitting in my lore document for ever. But yeah, in short, essence, you know, essentially like our world's mana is harvested from living things. And alchemy was discovered by first siphoning the essence from living things, and magic is performed by using essence, and mages discovered that you can essentially use living things like humans as giant mana vessels. And the more you have, the crazier spells you can fire off, so some nations have banned mages, some have systematically killed them, some have done the same to alchemists. Both mages and alchemists are not seen upon in the greatest of light. Both alchemy and magic can be this evil, if you'd like to say. And how come both aren't banned? Hypocrisy, fear, and power. Tricary, thank you for the raid. Hello, guys.
Tricary podkreślenie Omni raided my stream with 4 viewers.
Yeah. Thank you so much. How you guys doing? As my neighbors upstairs bang around. Jesus. Hypocrisy, fear, and power. Some nations have, both historically and currently, and recently, I should say, historically and recently, banned mages, banned magi, or outright slaughtered any they could find, including children who exhibited magical abilities. Going straight to sleep. Yeah, take care. Take care. Have a nice sleep, man. Thank you for the raid. Some nations have both historically and recently banned magi or outright slaughtered any they could find, including children who exhibited magical abilities. Yeah, this dark lore goes exceptionally well with this color palette. We'll make our own style. So we're both rather frowned upon by much of society, I suppose. I had no idea. Simply put, I believe magi are more feared, and alchemists are to blame. Well, that's not right. That's not the right way to word it. Magi are more feared, and alchemists are blamed for the existence. I think I messed up my lore. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? An alchemist discovered essence and that led to the use of magic? Maybe I should fix that. It's a nice catch. Well, alchemy, the older sibling of the two art forms, is another. Since somebody discovered that humans could make smarts with animals, we should get the picture. What was the purpose of those experiments? Immortality. And immense power. As you said, late king, I assume these experiments didn't go as planned. What happened to him? He committed suicide. Jumped from the highest tower. The animal essence, it is said, started him on the pathway to madness. But it was the human essence, imbibed directly, sealed his fate. Recounting a dark tome from the libraries in Shidri, alchemist drank human essence and documented his experience. He said that all sounds of life anything his ears would pick up before was drowned out by unintelligible screams, whispers, and painful wailing. From what he said, he quite literally went deaf. That was all he reported hearing from that time on. So what happened? What happened to that alchemist? Madness and suicide. Certainly the opposite. Power to immortality. Even in places nowadays where essence magic and essence are allowed, human essence, using or making human essence, is a one-way ticket Not even to the pillory. The gallows. A very deserved fate, if you ask me. Leave Magi are more fearsome because the potential and historical damage we have caused. But alchemists are to be blamed for our existence. That reference to Show Tucker? Who's that? I said I didn't want this to get out of hand, but it kind of has. Still, it's good lore. Best alchemist ever? You, the player. You were the best alchemist ever. Step into the shoes, immerse yourself in. I think, by the way, on our website, I still use that phrase, and I'm gonna delete the fuck out of it when I update information. Yeah. I'm getting that the fuck out of there. I'm gonna make sure that in the rest of my time as a designer, I will never ever use the phrases immerse yourself or step into the shoes ever again. I think they are some of the most cringy, overused phrases in describing games ever. It's an understandable fear. People should be afraid what we're capable of. And any human is capable of horrible acts if pushed to the right extremes. Even if they're an otherwise decent person. But you say we are kin in sharing the sins of our ancestors. It's a lot to process. But thank you for telling me. That'll jump back to here. We can copy some of this down. I want to make sure this is supposed to be the lighter response for that. We can still mention immortality and immense power. Madness it caused drove him to suicide. I don't know if I want to mention slaughtering children in this. Lighter version. Yeah, then that could be connected up. Okay. Okay, that looks good. I'd love to use this knowledge somewhere else in some of the other dialogues. Have any other questions? Okay, they've outlawed alchemy in the Shidri Kingdom. There, many other places. Could split here. Conditional. Has dialogue played. as I mentioned, has a very troubled past. As you heard, best of cases were exiled or avoided. People like us are exiled or avoided. I got lucky. It was just exiled for trying a little bit of alchemy. You continue to practice it yourself. Be very careful. Not all will be so welcoming and trusting of you. And know that your power also comes with even greater amount of responsibility. Okay, that'll work. We can jump back. This doesn't really make sense in that case, so what I'll do is just make a new one. Set close visible burden disabled. Those both here. Oh, we jump back. Has dialogue node not played. And those will jump back to here. That'll work. Okay, this will be, you know, what was the potion you needed again? And then another response for... I'll be right back with the potion. Events. Not end encounter, end dialogue. Just a simple restore health potion. Nothing too... not intense, but nothing too... no desire for flavor. None at all. You just need it to do its job. Okay. I think that's good enough. That should work. We got a little bit of lore there, and I think that it's pretty nice. And he just wants to restore a health potion, and then we can jump into the second encounter. Give me 1 second. I'll go to the bathroom again. Then we can write the second encounter. That one will take more time. Well, yeah, it'll take more time. That one's gonna be annoying to do. You have to have all the potion responses. Oh. That's a perfectly timed moan for me saying Okuro. They're tasty peanuts. I'm eating some more. They help wake me up. The fuck are those emotes? Okay. Mage 2. He doesn't have any negative responses. He does have positive and neutral ones though, so we will need to do some tie-ins. We could steal these if we want. I'll just rewrite them. Fuck it. Yeah, these are the tie-ins though. That'll work. Okay, positive section intro for main potion. Good thing is we don't have any secondary potions, so these are not needed, and we don't need the negative section intros, so we just need these first 4. Potion was quite the ride. Appreciate the foresight and forethought. Have given my potion. Alchemist. Why does that not look right? Oh, that is right. Was something that was unexpected, however. Are full of mysteries. Alchemist. Okay, main potion effect response. He doesn't have any flavor responses. Well, he could still give a flavor response, he just doesn't have a flavor desire. So we could still write those. We will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Positive. Ooh.
Shiitake?
Fair question. That is a chaos bot. We don't thank the chaos bots. Because when do they ever thank us? I really hate that though. This entire list here, these are all just bots. I've not banned a single actual real human being in this chat. It's kind of annoying. Can somebody just like type the N-word or something so that I can ban you? And then I can say I banned one real person? Don't do that. Seriously, don't do that. We can joke about it, but let's not actually do it.
Shiitake?
Okay, that might get you banned. But see, shiitake is like double negative. If you use one shiitake, that's bad. If you use two shiitake, it cancels out the first one. So
Shiitake?
yeah, exactly. Any use of shiitake, you have to use it twice, and then it cancels out. Okay, I think this is correct. Or stairs. I could wish for in a place like that. Your potion seemed to assist my stamina greatly. So one of the things that I did with this system is that if at any time there are two responses that are equal, it will only display one of them. So in the case of like, you know, restore stamina and fortify stamina kind of don't really need separate responses. It will only show one of them. But the player can respond saying that they added restore or that they added fortify. Do that. Same with like essence. Did have my own essence potions. After drinking your health potion, I didn't seem to need them at all. Perhaps it was some unintended effect. I went invisible on drinking your potion. Did you know it would have that effect? You know, the one nice thing is that because we don't hide potion effects from the player. We don't have to write like some special system, which was, I don't want to tell you how scary it was to think that you could just give a potion to an NPC and you don't even know what the potion does. I mean, how do you write dialogue for that? We would have to double every single response that the player could give, saying, oh, I didn't know that it had that on there. Or we would have to like so deeply systematize it that you would end up with a game like Shadows of Doubt, if you know what I'm talking about. Not a bad game, but when you have this like sandbox system of interacting with people, you can't really make it very unique or personalized. You have to make it a system. And I think that games kind of lose a lot of their uniqueness when you make systematic dialogue. And I'd like to avoid that with Cauldron Chronicles. Aetherlight. Saved some essence. Not having to cast my own spell. There's a jump in that dungeon that I'm not sure I should have made. You add something to that potion. Make me lighter. Do I even want a responsive strength boost? To investigate a sword, but upon picking it up, it felt as light as a feather. Hey, Zeke. Not sure if that was the sword or something you added to your potion. How are you doing, Zeke? Must tell me what had such a miraculous... What caused, maybe? Downloaded Lua binary and trying to make a 3D engine instead of Roblox. Well, that's crazy. How's it going? I guess you just started that, so it's... Do you have a triangle yet? So far bad. Oh boy. You have a... Okay, you have a triangle though. That's something. I hope you're not as tired as I am today. Jesus Christ, my back is killing me. Ooh. I'll take a nap when I get home or something. I could have a separate response for Druid since... Maybe I'll do that like I did with the merchant. We'll delete that then. Quite cold in that place. I was feeling rather upset at not wearing thicker clothing right up until I took your potion. You add something that had a warming effect. Although I'm always anxious running into any dangerous place, potion had an oddly calming effect. Didn't happen to slip some tea into the potion, did you? Okay, those will work. You're doing everything, no OpenGL or anything. Likely a bad idea for first time making a Lua game instead of Roblox. How do you even make a game in Roblox? Like, do they have their own scripting language or something? I mean, if you're okay with like Lua scripting and programming, you could try Godot. It uses Lua. Okay, yeah, Lua is nice. Lua is a powerful scripting language. It really is. I don't know if they still do it, but a lot of Warframe is made in Lua, like the scripting for damage and stuff. I don't know to what extent. I just know that they've mentioned that they had a lot of Lua uses. Movement camera and stuff pre-made. It's pretty cool. Well, that'll be a challenge. That'll be cool, though. I think you'll learn a lot. That's always nice. Not even tried to make a 2D game yet. I mean, that's a good point. You are trying to make a 3D game. You could, I mean, if you get stuck on that, and I'm not saying that you will, you could try out like RPG Maker, Godot, Game Maker even. We greeted Mage 2. Okay, let me think here. We'll do the greeting, potion responses. Let me open up like merchant, just to familiarize myself with this headache-inducing requirement for setting these up. All of this shit. Good thing is we won't have secondary potions or anything for the mage here, so we just need to really set this up. There will be a lot of responses though. And he's not going to have any unique outcomes for different effects except for finding some hidden loot with Aetherlight, Night Vision, or Druid Sense. But those will be easy to deal with. What is the Ogre render engine? I never heard of that. Open source 3D graphics engine. Interesting. What kind of games have been made on this? I know this one. I know Hob. And Torchlight 2, really? Huh. That's pretty cool. I was playing some Torchlight 2 this past weekend. Fun game. I've played it like 3 times now, I don't know. Everybody says, oh, you know, play Diablo 4, that's the casual ARPG. No, Torchlight is, and it's pretty fun. Definitely inspired by Fate. You guys remember this game from way, 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 way back when? This was a fantastic ARPG that I played as a kid all the time. $2005. Wowee. And I think this designer went on to do some other things. Yeah, I know Travis. Yeah, and he worked on Torchlight. I mean, that makes sense. If he worked on Fate, he worked on Torchlight. He is kind of wild on Twitter, though, so. What do they say? Never meet your heroes? Scrap mechanic. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Good luck on that. Or like put the binary inside of D drive instead of C drive, like every other language. You have to put it in C drive for other languages. I mean, if you provide at least the base response, he has no negative, so either you've provided the restore health or you don't. I feel like the potion outcomes for... the outcomes for this could only be terrible and bad. I mean, that really could only happen if you just don't provide the right effect, if you do not provide restore health. Because he has no negative penalty effects, as long as you provide the restore health, you will at least reach the base result for the potion score. But there are additional positive effects. Well, that, and in addition, if there's no secondary potion, we double the score from the main potion if the base response is 35. I mean, of course you get 70 then. But then what would the thresholds for... I'll have to test this. I'll have to test this. Hold on a sec. We'll force him to appear if, only if, stage complete. Does stage complete check discarded stages? It only checks completed stages. I mean, I could do a choice. Choice doesn't need encounter if we just need to do finished mage or finished tutorial story. True. And so the mage first spawn control will be... I mean, as long as he's alive, I suppose. Age complete mage 1. Character status mage alive. Okay, that should force him to appear. Let's see. Hello, Alaric. How you doing, man? I fucking hate that icon that I gave him. Stupid elf icon. List him as a mage too. I'll fix that. Okay, it will poop out in the output log what score we get. Or did it already do that? Potion score 35 base. I thought if no secondary potions were desired, we scale that up. I could have sworn. Hmm. Where's this cold? It kind of messes up the... It messes up the scoring a bit, because if the NPC never requires a secondary potion, we can't really accurately test whether or not different thresholds have been met. Hmm. I could modify the balance data to have separate thresholds for that. Let me make him a really good potion and see what score I get. Out of curiosity. Like the best one that I can. Although I'm gonna try to limit myself to three ingredients. As Aether Light. Do I have anything with Restore Health and Restore Essence? Gotta be some overlaps, right? 1 and 1. That was weird. Huh. I've only encountered that bug like 2 times before and I've never been able to recreate it. And today is no different. I can't recreate it. I wonder what that is. Like, it's resetting the view back to the alchemy table. I wonder if it's falling back to something. If something is not valid. Alchemy zoom. I mean, this will switch it back to the normal state, but only if the trace is idle. And we're already on the cauldron. Weird. have no clue. I have no clue. I can't recreate it. Okay, well, whatever. Restore health and restore essence. The one that did have that was, I think, the... It's not that great, though, is it? Okay, I'll do 4. I'll do 4. I'm gonna do it. Restore health 2. Oops. Restore health 1. Clawfish is 1. Two. Why is there like just no good restore health? I guess the red crystal. $39. I mean, that's not much of an improvement over the 35. We could just not do thresholds on how well it's been done then. I mean, I guess that's now a known to some extent. I think the problem system will solve this in a way. It will, because if it's only 1 potion per problem, unlike right now, then we would just do a different scoring system. So, yeah, for right now I can just ignore that and let it be. And if I can ever figure out what causes that right-click bug. I have no clue. No clue. Hello, Alaric. How did the potion fare? I think in this case it is FARE, right? Yes. Yes. So it's certainly performed. And then we can do event, build extra potion responses, mage 1, potion type, no effect IDs to omit. This will have to jump forward. That'll jump forward. And we will need, I think, 13 nodes here. We will need 14. And unfortunately, I cannot copy and paste. So this is my suffering. Okay. Condition provided effect. Mage 1 effect to check is E fortify health. Don't check tier. Yep. That's everything. And then we just copy and we paste that down. Restore stamina. Do. Any of you guys been following the Johnny Somali case? Or cases, I guess I should say. For stamina, fortify stamina. Fortify essence, invisibility, and bulwark. Aether light. Lightness. Night vision, druid sense, warmth, and calm. And then we'll need to make sure to infinite script recursion? Infinite script shouldn't be any infinite script recursions. I don't know what the fuck that's bitching at me about. Yeah, we'll need outcomes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 effects. Sorry, I'm allergic to $80 games. Norium, thank you for the follow. I see you two are also allergic to $80 games. Based. Mage dead. I don't think we need any extra comparator or check here. Very allergic? How you doing, dude? Thanks for the follow and thanks for hanging out. Oh, I will need to check potion. On sub value 2. Main potion. Character status update mage dead. Beautiful. And then we just need to copy this down to 9 more times, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Yes, okay. And then we'll expand all. This one is immolation. Poison. Chill. Weakness. Paralyze. What am I setting up? This is our custom NPC system. Although I can understand why it looks like gas, because it looks like a bunch of unorganized data table bullshit, which is exactly how I feel about gas. I have a love-hate relationship with gas. So the obviously the game is an alchemy game, right? So you can make any potion you want with any combination of effects that you want. So our NPC system needs to adapt to the potions that you've given to the NPCs, and different combinations of different effects might have different outcomes. So in this case, because this mage is asking for a health potion, if you provide any of these effects on the potion that you give him, he will end up dying. So these are run at the end when he is exiting the map. We say, hey, are any of these outcomes valid? If so, run the outcome script. And then we determine who to spawn next. It is a lot of data. I don't even want to think what this might look like if I export this. but I'll do it for the science. I played Schedule 1. I was actually playing some Schedule 1 last night because I've heard some great things about it, and it is very enjoyable. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. We have tons of choices that get saved too. So this is our relatively simple NPC encounter. This is what one normally looks like with all the branching dialogue and switches based on different conditionals or choices that have been made, things that the player knows. RPGs, right? You thought about implementing the way they sell new product on there into your game? In what way? This UE native? No. This is something called Narrative 3. Which is this right here. Make a new string, you can add it to a sell list and NPCs contact you for it. So, we kind of have that system, Hogan. I don't know if you've been around in the last couple of days. But we have a randomly generated task system, which you can see here. And many of these are going to be potions. But these are not tied to any NPCs or any like a handwritten story quest. The NPCs, however, are handwritten stories, and they require very specific potions to solve very specific problems. So we do have the, hey, I don't have anything better to do, no NPC has shown up yet, let me make a random potion or maybe collect some items, complete a puzzle. But then we have the handwritten NPCs that need very specific potions. So our game doesn't play the same way as Schedule 1. I thought I have a lot of X, let's make 50 of these and sell them to get money so I can buy. Well, you can make potions, you can sell them to our merchant character. And those potions are valued based on what effects are on there, in what tier, and in what combination. So we do have that. Are you solo on this project? No. I do have a friend working with me, and a couple of people who are helping out sparingly when they have some free time. But we intend to get funding. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. We intend to, when we get funding, hire about 15 people full-time, and then outsource where necessary to help finish up the project. So yeah, we have a long way to go. We're still in the prototype phase. It's your only gripe with Schedule 1. Which is what's your gripe with Schedule 1? Have a game I normally like to bulk buy and get all my profit back in one session. I kind of see what you mean, yeah. I don't know how much you've played, but you can buy bulk, like ingredients and such. And then let the dealers do their work. Well, I haven't played TCG. But I think I get what you mean. It's like, I'm going to buy, I don't know, I have 5 grow tents. So I'm going to buy 10 seeds, spend all my money, grow those seeds, package them, and then just sell them. And then make more money back, and then buy more bulk, do a larger batch. Yeah, I play like that too. You can kind of do that in the game. But you do have to play a little bit to unlock being able to meet the dealer in person so you can buy as much as you want. And then you have to just let the dealers do their work while you do yours. Phlegm. So I'll take some medicine for that. Got anywhere to check out the game? Like see what it's all about in a vid or something? We will soon. So last year we pitched the game, but it was only when we had our gameplay loop, and that was it. We didn't have any like tertiary systems or additional features. And we made a trailer for that. We will be making a new trailer very soon to do this year pitching, and we have our first playable fully finished. So we will have that. The game will be available to play on Steam, but you'll have to DM me for a Steam key because it won't be a publicly available demo. And you'll be able to try it all out for yourself. In your game, you'll want to make 100 potions knowing I'm making profit and sell it all prep for a change in season. Oh, you could do that, yeah. You absolutely could. You were thinking about me yesterday. Well, I was thinking about you yesterday. I assume in a sexual way, right? Okay, added health fortification. Stamina restoration. This kind of looks crazy, but it's just because we don't know what effects the player puts on a potion, we build responses from the NPC based on the effects that are on there. And then we show the responses that the player can give to that based on those effects too. So at most, you'll have like only 2 or 3 of these visible at any time, just in different orders, or none of them. So it looks kind of crazy, but sandbox games, what are you gonna do? Switch 2 comes out on June 5th. There's gonna be a lot of people buying it and the games are expensive. Would it be worth your while to release on there knowing people are looking for sub 40 games to play on it? Yes, but our game is not going to be out yet. Our game will be out in like 3+ years. And that assumes that we get funding, you know, like this summer, right? So it's going to be a while. Since you are a mage, but you might enjoy an essence restoration effect. We'll see though. I don't know what's going to be out in 3 years, like what hardware, but we'll try to release on whatever is freshly available. But first, we're going to need that $3 to $4 million for that, so. Although I'm tempted to increase that budget more to account for a higher level of fidelity, which I think will make the game a bit more appealing to AA publishers. Steam Deck too, yeah, 100%. I would love to. We plan to have Steam Deck compatibility from Vertical Slice day one, so. Wasn't sure what kind of monsters might be lurking in that dungeon, but being invisible to them, never a bad thing. You and I are both a bit squishier than your average armored individual. I figured a bulwarking effect would be handy. See that Disney potion maker they announced? Disney, what? Which one? There's been quite a few alchemy games coming out recently. Thankfully, none of them RPGs. I hope that maintains the same momentum for the next few years. Came out last week. Do you have like a link or a name to it? Yeah, thankfully, like all the alchemy games I've seen are not RPGs. That's a very good thing. Most of them are shopkeeping games. So I'm glad that we're not making a shopkeeping game. Disney Villains Cursed Cafe. I'll mute it just in case. Better safe than sorry. Interesting. Reduced animation frame rate. It looks very much like a shopkeeping game. Art style's nice though. Yeah, and there's like set potion recipes. I wonder what the progression is like in a game like this though. Make potions and alter the storylines of Disney characters. Interesting. Interesting. Rich visual novel gameplay gets into Laconic cast. Come to the counter so you can procure potions. Mix and stir variety. Change the outcome of each villain's story. Okay, it is very similar in that way. It'll be curious to see what the response is to a game like this. Even though it's more shopkeepy and, of course, 2D. Will be interesting to see. Thanks for sharing that. I'm just hoping that our combination is desired. You know, unfortunately, when you kind of make a game that hasn't existed and doesn't have direct competition, it's hard for publishers to gauge whether or not there actually is a market for it. And we'll have to try to prove that a little bit. Like, do people actually want this? And right, they're probably gonna want me to have a Steam page with wish lists. I haven't done it yet. For reasons you guys probably know about. But we'll see. We can always add it later. But it could also be that nobody actually wants Cauldron Chronicles. Or not enough people to support the development budget. That happens a lot. So it's 90% done, then they will get involved. Hey, we went last year. They said what we had last year, which was very minimal, was already more than most developers show to them. That indicates to me that we will know for sure that we are providing more than most developers this year, even to the big AA publishers. Now, whether or not that the game is actually fun is a different thing. That's something that only the play testers will be able to determine. Whether or not it has the potential to be fun with the right funding is also another question. We'll see. Just in case the dungeon was a bit dark. Not a... Even though you weren't... Oh, I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Oh, Druid Sense is... Hold on, we're gonna test that separately. He doesn't have a response for that, right? Yeah, we're doing that one separately. Delete that one. We will need a fallback response. Oh, that door I heard up. They say you have more to show than most. Oh, just that last run we were showing off what we had, which was just like the bare gameplay loop and the level, and that was it. The publishers we pitched to said that we already had more than most developers have when they show off their game. So this year, with all the new systems and features we've added, I'm hoping it'll look enticing. And I'm hoping that they'll see where the money is intended to go here. We do have gameplay. It's not the greatest gameplay. It's not the most robust or the most perfect. But it is a prototype, and that's kind of the point. Just meant to work and to function. Okay, now we can do responses from Alaric. I don't know, I learned a lot last year when pitching the game, and I think that this year we'll be able to make a really good pitch. And I think if we talk to the right people, we can, at the very least, I hope, start talking about possibilities. Then, you know, if we do enter negotiation, the negotiation phase will take some time. Especially because I have some desires. Of course, the publisher is going to have desires too. But, you know, this year we know what we want in this game. Last year we didn't know what this game really needed to be. It didn't have a complete identity yet. You know, we pitched it as an action, adventure, puzzle hybrid game. You know, in hindsight, that was really stupid. But that's kind of what the game felt like it should be at that time. Once we, you know, dive deeper into some RPG aspects, I think that's where it was like, okay, no, this is what the game should be. RPG at its core. That's also what can sell, you know, set it apart. And RPG is a very popular tag on Steam. What's the reason around this type of game? That's kind of a vague question. What do you mean by that? I need to fill a gap or something you're passionate about? Both. I love alchemy. I love the idea of it. But to date, there have been pretty much no alchemy RPG games. Even the ones with some RPG elements are still usually like shopkeeping games. And I just wanted to build you know, one of those like job simulator type games where you actually cared about your job and what you were doing, and it wasn't a binary success failure option for NPCs that you talk to. Like, oh, you gave me the potion, thank you, here's your money. And that's it. It was like, well, you know, what happens if you don't give the potion? What happens if you give the wrong potion? What happens if you give a better potion? How does that change the world? How does that change the story? You know, the example we always use is, you know, what happens if an assassin comes in asking for poison and you give it to him? Who dies? Is it somebody important? What kind of outcome does that have in the world? Is it a king? Does that kingdom fall into ruin? Do you now have more refugees showing up at your hut asking for potions that they can't afford? You know, it's like, what? Yeah, choices actually mattering, which is something that most RPGs say choices matter, and really what it means is that you get a different dialogue response. Or you have games that, you know, as much as I might like the studios behind them, they say, oh, the game has 14 million different variations of the ending. And it's like, no, it doesn't. Number one, no, it doesn't. And number two, variations are not different endings. Yeah, there's 3 paths. Do you pick the red, green, or blue ending? Which one do you like? And I think it's kind of okay for like a main story to have, you know, these kind of like polar opposite endings. It could still be better, but it's not horrible. But you know, when I look back at like a game like Mass Effect or Fallout New Vegas, and you have these different factions and these different settlements and these different characters, and the game shows you at the end of the game what happened to these characters, what happened to these factions, to these planets, to these worlds. That's so much cooler to me, and that's what I wanted to like bring to this. Is we might only have, you know, 20 named NPCs, but we build the story around those named NPCs, and we put that micro reactivity into the choices there. And I think players really like micro reactivity. They like when they make a decision that they don't think will have an impact, and they learn it does have an impact. They liked when they have a dialogue option that is remembered by that NPC 5 hours later, that they didn't think would be remembered. And I think that you do build the expectation. You have to fulfill that expectation, but you build the, what's a good word for it here? Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It is immersive, but it's also think of it. Give me a sec, I'll think of the word. I'm not retarded, I'm just kind of it's similar to expectation. Okay, it's similar to expectation, let's say you have you have your game, you have your tutorial, and you show yellow paint when the player's climbing on objects. Then the player expects that anything that they can climb will have yellow paint, right? It's the same kind of thought. That if you teach the player that there is that micro-reactivity, they will assume that everything they say will have that same weight to it, or could have that same weight to it, and so they're more careful about what they say. Intuition, kind of, it's related to all these words. Hold on, I need a fucking thesaurus. My favorite dinosaur, the thesaurus. It's related to assumption. Hold on. I bitched about it in regards to yellow paint. I can find it. Where's my yellow paint rant? Where is it? Hey, Night, see, you just went past. Oh shit, did I miss it? Ooh. Okay, it's here somewhere. The word is in here. I'm pretty sure the word is in here. Maybe it was in here. I don't know. I don't know. Fuck me. I don't know. I only saw, the only word I saw was yellow paint. Yeah, dude, you caught that so fast. That's crazy. Ingenuity? That's not the word. I don't know. Build the... What's the fucking word? I don't know. I'm done. I'm dead today. Brain gone, brain melted. What was the I don't even remember. I don't even remember what I was trying to say. ADHD brain man. Had a health fortification, I think that might be nice as well. It certainly was. Thank you for keeping me alive. But it has the same thing. It's to do with like familiarity. Where you build that expectation that, okay, everything I climb has yellow paint, therefore anything without yellow paint is not climbable. But maybe you do have something that is climbable without yellow paint. Well, now the player wasn't expecting that, right? You've set the expectation as one way, and you just defied it in another way. If your RPG game sets the expectation that optional dialogue is optional and never has any impact on the story, players will rightly expect that. And that is the expectation with RPG games, is that anything that isn't mainline dialogue choices or isn't clearly defined by saying this choice will echo into eternity is not important. I mean, look at Dragon Age Veilguard, and it kept yapping at you all the time that, oh, Solus will remember that you were snarky with him, and then when he remembers that it was because you were snarky, Solus responded this way. Thank you. I didn't understand that my choices actually matter sometimes. Not that they did in Dragon Age Veilguard anyway. I don't like to do that. I don't want to tell the player. And if I don't tell the player when their choices have mattered or what it might change, then I think the player will just naturally care about what they say a bit more. I can't think of the word. There's maybe it was expectation. I don't know. And the moment I finish the stream and I turn it off, I'll remember the word. And then by tomorrow, I will forget that I remembered it. When you make environments, you have to think about this stuff when creating breadcrumbs. Yeah, environmental, doing like good level design and environmental art is not easy. Especially if a retreat is necessary. Preconception? You know, all of you might, I don't know. Was the word precedence? You know, it might have been precedence. Indoctrination. I mean, they all work here. They all mean the same thing. It's all, especially like with yellow paint, it's the dumbification of players. That because every AAA game uses yellow paint, now every person who plays this AAA game, or a lot of people, if they don't see yellow paint, they won't know that something is climbable. So now, I mean, yeah, the AAA companies have set the precedence that every new game that has climbable structures needs to use some sort of yellow paint. And I don't like it. I don't like the dumbification of people. And designers are to blame. I think Assassin's Creed Shadows just had to go through the same thing. It's the exact same problem every time. And we talked about it yesterday with playtesters on the Tim Kaine reaction. Playtesters getting confused led to use of yellow paint in the game. Stop putting yellow paint. Stop doing it. And guess what? Players will get confused. And if they can't figure out how to climb something, guess what? They won't solve the level. Maybe it's okay. That game could be the final nail. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of seeing it. I don't think that they had good playtesters. I don't think that AAA companies generally have good playtesters. The reason why playtesters were getting confused is because they were trying to market the game to a more casual audience, because they spend $300 to $400 million on the game's budget probably, and they need to make that money back, so they need to appeal to a broader audience. And how do you do that? You make the game more accessible for casual audiences. It is lazy design. It's lazy design that is... It's an outcome of massive budgets. From Software is like, yeah, I figured it out. Well, I think From Software is exactly the reason why these playtests are not only bullshit, but AAA companies are failing. Is From Software a frictionless game? No, it has a lot of friction. Is it necessarily accessible by casual audiences? No. Can it still sell shit tons of copies and make the company hundreds of millions of dollars? Yes. Yes, it can, because it's just a very good game. And we saw that with Ubisoft developers shitting on Elden Ring when it came out. The fact that Elden Ring scored a 97 Metacritic is proof that reviewers don't give a flaming poop about game UX. My life is a lie. Nor PC graphics, stability, and performance, apparently. Nor quest design. And I believe this person was a UX designer, might still be, for Ubisoft. This is exactly the problem. And also, these memes are hilarious. Still to this day, I love seeing this shit. Cancerous design. Absolute cancerous. And yet they're still doing it. Ubisoft and EA are still doing this. You guys had to watch me suffer through Dragon Age Veilguard, and it was exactly that same problem. What a game. Oh, the pendulum swings back soon? Well, I will try to lead, or help lead the charge in that. But the last Monster Hunter game didn't get received as well. I think that that friction by these large companies is seen as bad. The moment a playtester starts playing a game and says, oh, yeah, that's kind of confusing. They're like, oh, quick, we have to fix it. Okay, write it down, fix it. And they spend another $1 million fixing that problem. When it's like, okay, well, try to figure it out. Like, literally, I get that you're confused, try to use your brain and think about what you're supposed to do. Use a little bit of gaming intuition and think, oh, if my character can jump, can I jump over any of the ledges that are around here? Just try it once. Oh, my character jumped up on that ledge. Okay. Great. Press this to do this, so players will like, get off my screen if you can't figure it out and die. Simple. Yeah. I feel like going to an Assassin's Creed game at this point in time, I would assume every building is climbable and try to see what I could do. I feel like the imagination creativity of players is being limited with the use of things like the yellow paint. It's just like if you like I said, if you know that yellow paint indicates something climbable, then you will see something without yellow paint and think that it is not climbable. Because they've set that precedence, they set that expectation. If you don't do that, then the player will have to discover what is climbable on their own. And that's, again, that word specifically, discovery, is key to players' emotions. You don't have anything in Elden Ring saying you can jump to this ledge. You try jumping to the ledge, and you either die or you succeed. And you've now discovered that this ledge can be jumped on. And that's why so many of the dungeons, so many of the locations in Elden Ring have rewards in the most obscure places, because players are like, you know what, I think I can jump to that. And then I could bypass that enemy. Well, let me see if I can do it. And they do it. And they get past the enemy, and then they find a reward. There's nothing on the screen to tell you you can do that. There's no yellow paint. You may not even see the reward there, but they put a reward there. They've rewarded discovery. It's perfect. It's perfect game design. It really is. Appreciate you thinking ahead for me like that. It'll make the rest of my journey easier knowing I still have some essence potions left. Like Laren Sears does that with Divinity and BG. They give you the tools to do it, but don't tell you how to do it. Yeah. Yeah, Larian's great with that. What does the core loop of your game look like? Oh, I just deleted the wrong node. Oopsies. Go out into the world, collect ingredients, talk to an NPC, learn what they need, make their potion, and discover what happened with that. And then, of course, you have a lot of tertiary systems to obtain ingredients in different ways or to use ingredients. You have different uses of potions. You can use potions in combat. You can drink them yourself. You can sell them for money. You can use them to solve puzzles. You can give them to NPCs. You can do the same with ingredients. Very much a sandbox in that way. You feel bad for Larian? I was outspoken against Larian for some of their marketing with Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think the game was bad, but I played it early. You know, I was one of the people who beat it when it was before like the first patch. So the third act is really messy. It was really buggy. And it, you know, it didn't have an epilogue at the time that I played it. So my first experience with the game was probably the worst that you will experience that game in. And now become Metallica. No matter what they do, their next game won't be as good as BG3. And it'll play like out like BioWare. I don't know. I think that Divinity in some cases was better than BG3. The characters of BG3 are memorable, but I don't think that their stories were always the most satisfying in ending. Like some characters like Shadowheart and Lae'zel, I think had very satisfying endings. Other characters, Will, Astarion, Karlach, I think that they probably had to do a lot of cut content from the third act. Oh, like Public Image? We'll see. I think that they were constrained by Hasbro for Baldur's Gate 3. From what I can tell, I don't think the relationship was that great between the two. Which is probably why they're not working on Baldur's Gate 4. feel a bit safer walking around. Bulwark. Never properly worn armor. I can imagine that it must feel pretty nice knowing that some things won't be able to harm you. It's invisible. Was there inside exposed to everyone to scare the villagers? Did what turn invisible? Oh, with their insides exposed to everyone. No, he visited. He wants the potion to visit a dungeon. So in the dungeon he drank the potion and went invisible. And this is the outcome for it, or part of it at least. This is him coming back to tell you how his exploration into the dungeon went, and then there's different outcome possibilities for different effects that were provided. As long as you didn't get him killed. Of Aether Light myself. With your potion, I didn't need to. Can't go wrong saving a bit of essence. Could be a dangerous potion. The more pot-bellied individuals I've met might give them a false sense of hope, when in reality they should lay off the ale. A little bit of fat shaming, can't go wrong. 2025. I mean, if you drink a lot of ale, I promise you, you will get fat. A lot of calories in beer. Very easy to overdrink. That's a shame. I thought discovered new miraculous metal. Is there a player model? We intend to do first and third person support. Though some mini games might be locked to a perspective. Like our alchemy system, for instance. We lock that to first person at the moment, and we will likely keep it that way. Just like this. We'll see. That'll be up to some 3C design. You coming after me? Oh, he's angry. Okay. Run away. But I would like to support both first and third person. Yeah, sorry, I muted it too. I hear my game all the fucking time, every day that I work. Sometimes it can be annoying to hear my game. Ignore the stolen Skyrim sound effect there. The prototype, it's all placeholder. Better to have something than nothing. SMBNS, thank you for the follow. You guys are helping us reach 700 or 800 followers. That'd be nice. The potions and ingredients also will float. Anything to collect in the underwater? Yes. There are various things to explore and collect underwater. Let me go over to the reef. Ignore that too. It renders translucent layers after the post process, so that's why that looks weird, but our lead artist will sort that all out, so yeah. Pretend it doesn't look weird. I'm not an artist, so I don't know how to solve any of those problems. So 15 pounds is 12k. We need four more followers. Well, I wish that translated into a salary, but yeah, let's. The good thing is my intention is not to make money by streaming, just to make my game. So I don't worry too much about focusing on metrics or anything. A nice feature that I added too is that if you're near to the surface during like storms and such, you can vaguely hear the rain and the thunder. But if you go down deeper, you don't hear any of that. But our game will have seasons, it'll have weather, different ingredients available during both different seasons and different weather. Yeah, we're using Ultra Dynamics, guy. 40 bucks. Best $40 you can spend in Unreal, in my opinion. Big agree, dude. It's so good. It is actually just so... It's so well documented. It's very cleanly coded. It's extremely modular and expansive. They could charge $200 for it, I would still buy it. But yeah, as an RPG, we wanted to steer clear of the tropes of using sword and board or bow and arrow to do combat. Instead, the potions you make are your weapons. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that was Concussive Blast. Oh, I didn't have any immolation on it. Oopie. Ooh, a processing station. A nice find. We see a definite lack of sound effects and visual effects at the moment. Welcome to prototyping. Rip Snailo. He's still moving. You can't do that. You're dead. What are you doing? Okay. We'll get that fixed. Snail is drunk. Definitely something, wasn't he? We also have fishing and farming systems that I made custom. Although they are, let's say, you know, prototyped. They could be better. But they're mainly to show, hey publishers, we have fishing and farming. Give us money, we'll make it better. Money me. Money need a now, please. Please money. A lot now. Stop moving. Stupid fish. I mean, last year they were asking, like, hey, you need $2 to $3 million. Why? Where's the money going? Now, hopefully, it makes a bit more sense. Oh, I don't have any seeds. There we go. That'll work. It's not like a roach and continues to move after dead. It's not a bug, it's a feature. I'll tell Casper to fix that. He shouldn't be moving. A realistic number to request? I have no clue what is normal to get from publishers. Yeah, it's not that much money. If we ask for about, I think I might increase it to like 4 to 5 mil, especially to account for like voice acting and whatnot, and localization and all this other content we want. 5 mil is kind of on the low end for AA, high end for smaller indie teams. It sounds like a lot, but you know, you can spend upwards of $1 million on a team every year. I do like that the lights turn on at the dungeon at nighttime. We put some fog down here too. Shut up. Open this door for me. Okay, don't move off of there. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Ooh. There's a nice puzzle down here too. You can get all these nice goodies. Destroyable walls. That may or may not be a Doom power-up Easter egg that I put there. Ignore that. People told me to, so I did it. Oh. Shut up, bitch. Make a nuclear bomb. This is a worn adventurer's journal, and there may or may not be an arrow in his knee. We like that though. Fuck off. Go away. That stupid zombie. Ooh, yummy. That's a lot of seeds. Damn, 4 seeds. They can't nav this far. There's a blocker here for their nav. I might remove that because it's kind of silly. How long have I been doing game dev for? Over 10 years. Only in indie and AA scene though, no AAA. And I don't plan to change that anytime soon. Because fuck AAA. My skills are better suited for indie and AA anyway. But yeah, I wish we had more people working on this, but we don't have any money, so, you know. We do what we can with what we have. You like our sound alerts? Alright, that's enough getting distracted. Back to writing this. Back to my favorite part of the game, writing dialogue. Which I suck at. Doing great. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's a little anxious, you know, it's a little anxiety inducing. It would be better if we had money, but I don't want to sell myself out to some investors. I don't think that our game or studio would benefit from that. And I certainly won't become a public company, because that would be horrible for transparency with players. Because now anything you say might affect the stock price, and then you're, you know, in deep doo-doo. Where I go now was lovely. Calming effect. As I said, entering an unknown place comes with the possibility of something unknown. Dangerous prospect, that is. Sometimes a calm head can prevail, or a weaker one would rumble. I also spelled weaker wrong. Let me fix that. Go. Find anything useful in the dungeon? Because we kind of have to go roundabout with his potion scoring, it might... I could do some custom responses for the effect tier that was provided. We can do so much with our system. It's kind of crazy. You know, we can branch dialogue node on, and this is just what I've implemented. I could do even more, like whether the player has completed certain stages, whether or not the player has reputation with a certain faction at a certain point. Whether player has read certain books, different scores for the potions, whether they provided an effect on the potion, they made the potion with a certain ingredient, whether they made a certain choice. No, that's not on purpose. That's not on purpose. Thank you for catching that. I do that a lot when I'm writing. I think I'll connect up here. Maybe use help speech bloop. No, it's like when I'm writing dialogue on stream, I have maybe only 70% maximum of my thought going to what I'm writing. And so I'll just make the dumbest mistakes. Turns out streaming, not the greatest for focusing on things. But it is nice for work ethic, I think. Gives me some accountability to you guys. Like, yes, I need to stream today because people are expecting me to work on the game. Don't get distracted for too long because people are watching you to work on the game. Are you full blueprints or hybriding some C++? Mostly blueprints right now, with a little bit of C++. When we enter production, it'll be the other way around. For performance and maintainability reasons. But blueprints are faster to prototype with, C++ is more performant and more manageable. You're not on the Discord? Well, thank you for joining Discord. Enjoy being spammed about streams and videos that are uploaded to YouTube. Actually, just don't become part of the Raptor squad role and you won't get spammed. I need to change that. We need to have one role that gets mentioned when we go live and another one for YouTube. Not the same thing. Let me see here. I can use this as a dummy node, and then we can do a split here for night vision, Aetherlight, and Druid Sense. I think we're the three. Yes. Am I joking? What about getting spammed? Hyperventilating, just waiting for a notification. I'll show you. I'll show you when not to click if you hate notifications, like any sane person would hate. Don't click this. Because this one gets spammed every time we go live or upload a video to YouTube. Which will be at least 2 times every workday. Now you're gonna click it. The other spam that I do, I don't rarely do this, but I do sometimes ping people for updates on the game. But this happens a few times a year. And it's only for like game updates. Worst case, right click on the server and just suppress everyone in here if you want. What are you using for version control? We're using plastic SCM, which has nice branching. But we'll probably be switching to diversion when we enter production. No, not GitHub. We like plastic a lot. It has really nice merging tools and code review stuff. And me and my friend who are working on the game that's what we've mostly used in our time. Conditions. Provided effect. Mage 1 E Night Vision. Main potion. You lost a project in GitHub? How did that happen? Wouldn't you have like a local version of it? I found some loot. Nothing of major importance. It'll be enough to keep me sustained for the rest of my travels. Did find a couple of let's see here. I find a couple of plants growing in the dungeon, which maybe you can make some use of. You're almost down the drain because someone pressed the wrong thing and deleted all backups. Oh, yeah. What am I listening to? This is my streaming playlist. And this right now is part of the Starbound soundtrack. Exceptional soundtrack. Bunch of relaxing tracks. Very nice. And the people over at Chucklefish were very nice to give me permission to play this on stream. And all I have to do is occasionally shout out Starbound, which I'm more than happy to do. So that was pretty cool of them. He was working on his local version on a separate level, but for some reason he had started a new project to test me and overwritten the project in the hub. And then when trying to get a backup, he pressed overwrite backups with new hub. I don't know if that's preventable with GitHub, but I know that's preventable here, and we can just switch back to a to any change set at any time. Which is pretty nice. Thanks for the exceptional potion. Noticed your Freddo losing works, so I have like several USBs and hard disks with regularly updated versions. I just use version control. And we always have, there's always a local copy in your workspace, so even if somebody messes something up, you can just revert back. No biggie. Any live projects or games you worked out in the world? Yeah, 3 of them I've touched. One of them a lot less than the others. The first one would be Darkest Dungeon. Second one was called Train Life, and the third one is Forever Skies. And Forever Skies I didn't do much on. Unfortunately, I had to leave the studio early because I had some family problems that I needed to deal with full time. And of course, then they needed to hire somebody, so it was like a shit, you know, mutual sadness kind of thing. But they were really a great set of guys and gals there. Google Drive Outlook, 3 USB, 2 SSDs all backed up. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon was fun to work on. It was a pretty cool experience. Okay, these will reward. We can give regular rewards and potions. I think I'll just do ingredient rewards. I never went back to expand upon the reward narrative event. No time. No time before first pitching. Okay, what do we want to give? What would be some nice ingredients? Have you done a lot of pitching? No, I have not done very much. I've done more than 0 pitches. But not enough to feel confident is the right word. I don't know, it works. I feel like uber confident that, yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing. I did some things right my first time. I did some things wrong. And then I did some things wrong my second time and some things right. Hopefully this year I can just really get down to it and just let the game and the passion speak for itself. Unfortunately, at some of the previous places I've worked, either they weren't doing pitching actively, so it's not like they had anything to teach me, or I didn't ask them questions because I never thought that I would be pitching to a publisher one day, or, worst case, they actively didn't want me to learn anything about pitching because they thought that it might... I either would take their job if they were, you know, above me but weren't CEO or something, or that I would start my own company someday. And I'll tell you what, preventing me from gaining knowledge will for sure ensure that I will not want to work there any longer. We have cane sugar. Be kind of fun. Hey Justin, you've been looking for a hot minute? Nice. Pearls. What else we got? I'm just looking over my list here. You tried a cold minute. That'll work. Oh, it's a map. I will say I have pitched to mostly indie publishers, which are way cooler to talk to than investors. Oh boy. I can speak the same lingo with indie publishers. I cannot speak the same lingo as investors. Like, so let me tell you about my game idea. They're like, don't care how much money you need. Okay. How much money do you expect to make? Okay. PPU? Okay. They were very much don't ask, didn't care about your game. Pressure was of investors or indie publisher? Investors. Seems like a great investment strategy. They don't care about your game's like lore or like gameplay mechanics necessarily. They're like, just give me, what is it? RPG, open world, okay, 3D, show me some art, cool, okay, features, good. How much money you need? How much do you expect to sell? Competition? Okay. Whereas, you know, you might get, I like indie publishers more just because they are generally people who are funding games that they like. They want to build their portfolio out. They'll ask you more questions about what your game actually is and how you might be able to make it unique. They're just generally more like chill and laid back. They're not going to wear suits to the meetings. They're wearing exactly what I'm wearing. Jeans, shorts, a shirt, maybe a hoodie or a button-up shirt. That's it. Uncle is something, I can't remember the title, but basically he has to talk to investors and shareholders for a company. He loves it, but when I hear what he does, I think it would be too stressful to me. Yeah, it just takes like a different way of thinking. I think some of the reason that some like previous bosses didn't want me talking to publishers was that they think that I'm not diplomatic. And it's true, I'm not very diplomatic. In my experience, publishers like that though. They don't want to be fucked around. Maybe the reason that my previous bosses didn't like it very much is because they knew that they were going to lie to publishers. And they didn't want me telling the truth to the publishers. Maybe don't fuck up your production and you won't have to lie. I don't want to keep you too long. I've got to hit the road. Still a long journey to Ice Watch. Very sweet. They have a meeting with him where he has to answer for every pound spent and lost. He has to know the figures. There's so many things at the top of his head or he will get fired. Jesus. I mean, publishers and investors also like granular breakdowns of where you're spending money. But maybe not to that extent. They mainly care like, hey, are you delivering milestones? Yes? Okay. Continue. I don't know how much. I don't even know if we need to. We might not even need this. I'll still save it though. Waiting for BioWare to tighten up or burn to ash? Hey, Savixo. I think waiting for... I think you shouldn't wait for BioWare. BioWare is... It's dead. All the people that were making the games that you cared about, they're gone. They're not there anymore. That's true for most AAA, to be fair. If you make a really successful game in AAA, you start your own company. Because you'll have more control. And you don't have to answer to the suits in many cases. And that happens in pretty much every AAA studio. If they make a great game, I promise you, at least half of the people that made that game great, if that company is public, they're gone. They're going to take their knowledge, they're going to form a small team, and then, 6 months, 12 months later, you're going to hear new indie studio formed from ex-Blizzard developers or ex-BioWare developers. Imagine you have like 20 game studios under one umbrella. He's the middleman between all of them. Oh yeah, I've known some people like that. What a stressful life. That's crazy. He does it for leisure. Wow. Did you see 90 euro Switch 2 games? I did, Kent. Fuck that. I don't have money for that. I barely have money for an average $60 game these days. No way in hell am I paying 90 euros for a little card that tells me that I can download the game and play it. Or God forbid I bought the game on the normal Switch, now I have to pay $20 to upgrade the game to Switch 2 version. It's not worth it. And that's on top of paying for a more expensive console because of, I don't know, tariffs or some reason. Doesn't it literally cost more right now for a Switch 2 than a PS5? $450 in the US. Firework killed me with Anthem, wasted potential. Yeah, then they had Mass Effect Andromeda, which I was masochistic enough to 100%. Don't recommend. Do you expect prices to go up? They have to set the bar now for Switch 2 rather than try to bump it mid-cycle. GTA 6 will also be an indicator. Ooh. Can't play that PS5 in the loo. Which was comparable to PS4. I don't know, I mean... It's so expensive. I mean, and for what? For games that are $80, $90 on release that aren't going to go on sale because if anybody knows Nintendo or has a Switch, they know that those games don't go on sale ever. So you're either rich and you can afford it because you want the new Pokemon Assfuck 3000 game where you get to now gigantic giga ball sucky max your Pokemon to an even larger size so that you can perform the same gameplay loop as it's been for the last 20 years. Or you just forego buying a new Pokemon game in the Switch altogether, and you enjoy PC gaming where you have games that go on sale super commonly, and you buy games like 2 Point Museum, which is insane that this is the price that it is for how good this game is. Which for people who are wondering, this is like $30. I think I'll stick with PC gaming for now. Zeldariomon. But should we haven for releases that couldn't be ported for Switch 1 because things look like crap on it? Yeah, but most of those will also just come out on PC anyway, and even the Nintendo... Are the Nintendo exclusive games really worth paying $450 plus $90 for? Is it really? Just to play Mario Dong Awakening again. Is it really worth it? I don't know. I don't see it. We'll see. I mean, we'll see. To remember the average age of a Switch user. It's a very good stepping stone for young people to get into gaming. I don't know. I mean, people really don't have a whole lot of extra spending money these days. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't see a $450 handheld console with $80 to $90 games that aren't going to go on sale flying in this day and age. I could be wrong. I'm not an analyst or anything, but it just seems weird to me. Won't be that price forever. Well, the games will. The games will. I think that we will just see more like Switches. We'll see Switches and Switch Lite going on sale, and people will just opt to buy that because I don't really see, with the Switch market being so big, they will do what they will have to do with the new console release and make games for Switch 2 and Switch 1 with an upgrade. And people will just be like, well, I already have a Switch 1. You know, I'll just play it on there. Or better yet, where's the Steam Deck? I'll just go buy a Steam Deck. And then I get to enjoy games at a better resolution and frame rate. I get to enjoy them on the go. It's cheaper. And the games go on sale more often. And plus, if it's carried by FromSoftware, well, guess what? I can play Elden Ring on my Steam Deck. I don't know. Is it really worth it for Mario Dong's Adventure? Or Awakening, or whatever it is? A Pokemon? Pow World. Pow World with mods. I can not only play Pow World, I can now make love to my pals. Yeah. Not gonna get that experience on the Switch 2. That's cursed. It's real. It's a real dating sim. It's a Power World dating sim. Have fun. Emulate Switch 2. It's made by Power World devs. It's an official pocket pair Power World. Dating sim. Cursed. It is cursed. Lovander, student ID 69. What a game. What an experience. Okay, that'll end the encounter. Let me go back here. Let me save a choice. We're learning about all of that. Not that. If you finish your game, you can't have pal date curse him out, making money before you. I'm going as fast as I can when I'm not getting distracted. Learned Mage 1, learned about alchemists. Which one isn't only considered a handheld device, but also the number 2 living room console? I have a Switch Lite. I have no need for like... I have a PS5, of course, but like, what the fuck do I play on it? Now that every PS5 game is on PC too. I don't need it. You make me procrastinate. Here's some distraction return. So mean. No big screen. Well, I have my PC next to my my TV, and I have that hooked up to HDMI. So when I want to play something, I can just play it on my second monitor, and I mirror the screen to my PC or to my TV. Smash Bros. I don't have any games to play people. I don't have anybody to play games with. What am I gonna do? Play Nekopara with the bros? Next place should be like an Epic Steam store with 0 discounts. I'll be curious to see how well the next generation of consoles does. I don't think it'll be very good. It won't be as good as PS5 or Xbox One. Now that people, I mean, it'll still sell well, but now that people can get all those games on PC, and it's becoming easier to run games on PCs, and people likely have a PC or a laptop that can run these games, slow decline. Slow decline. Not overnight, but slow. Basically a PC with Steam and Xbox. I mean, that could be kind of cool. I mean, it has similar architecture, but I would say personally, Xbox might allow all this the modification stuff. Sony will never do it. Sony will never do it. I don't see it happening. Xbox is more likely than Sony. If Xbox actually does that, where they include the Steam and Epic Store built in and allow you to mod, Sony will be done. It's done. And knowing the Japanese, it's a possibility. I'm gonna go the same way as Sega. The only reason is like Sony doesn't have any exclusives anymore, and if Xbox simply provides a better service, then, you know, if I can go on the Steam store on an Xbox and buy some super cheap games during a sale, that's way better than having to pay $50, $60 for whatever Sony considers a sale. It's no point of consoles to take a cut of game sales. Well, like I said, it's not going to die overnight because consoles are still an exceptional price point for gamers. Like, they really are. They're great. You can't build a PC for $400 or $500 that's going to play games at the same level of fidelity and stability that a console will. And consoles can do, you know, more than just play games. But the whole, you know, idea of like making the console the multimedia hub has been replaced by phones and smart TVs. You know, that's not really going to work out. Now you just have, okay, well, exclusives were to sell consoles. Exclusives were very good at selling consoles. I bought a PS4 because I love PlayStation exclusives. And it was great being able to play The Last of Us, Uncharted, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, Ratchet and Clank, all these games on PS4 that you couldn't play anywhere else. They were great. Now they're on PC. What point do I, you know, what reason do I have? So they've at least lost a sale there because now I have no reason, and people like me will have no reason. But there will still be people who want to buy consoles because they are great price. Yeah, exactly, Hogan. I agree with you. I think that's really what it's going to come down to. Sales happen, but at the same time, games and GameStop, $20 bin are still plus C plus in the PlayStation Store. Yeah, and you can't compete with. This is not the point that I was trying to say. You can't compete with Pal World more than just Pals, but you can't compete with these sales that go on here. You know, like grabbing, I don't know, maybe like the Neptunia franchise. I mean, these are crazy sales. And you can hook up a PC, you can hook up a Steam Deck to the TV, I believe, right? I don't think they still sell, like, Steam Link. But at the very least, there's a dock. Okay, so, yeah, so then what's the point? There it is. Which I think is roughly the same price as, like, the Switch 2 docking station, or at the very least, this plus this is cheaper or roughly the same price as a Switch 2. How's the benefits? They decided that selling Dreamcast at a loss to make it back in game sales in the end wasn't worth it. They can make all the profit just on games. I mean, it worked for PS3 and PS4, but the PS3 was also the cheapest Blu-ray player at the time when it was selling. Oh, they fucked up the launch price pretty badly. What was the launch price of the PS3? Like $700? It was wild. I don't like consoles because I feel like my game library is being held hostage, even if I own the damn physical game. Whereas old PC games I can play in 20 years, no issues. Steam just provides a better service than the Xbox store and the PlayStation store and the Nintendo store. A way better service. And they continue to make the service better. Meanwhile, PlayStation store just becomes slower. Nintendo store just becomes more expensive. I don't know. Better when SteamOS starts appearing natively in TVs. That'll be cool. Spotify wasn't a thing and Sony made so much money in music that they didn't really care. That too. Good point. Issue with Steam though is that you don't actually own the game. You get a license to the game. Well, now with the Switch 2, you won't own the game either. You will own a cartridge that costs them a lot of money to make, only to get a key that will allow you to play the game. But yeah, you don't own the games. Especially if they ban your account. GOG is really the only way that you'll be able to own those games. Or owning old discs where you had the key on the back and it never connected to the internet. I remember having a CD key. I remember all the old days. Your disc would have a little bit of scratches on it and you'd be like, shit, come on, please install, no errors. Yeah, you breathe on it, rub it on your shirt. Toothpaste on it. It might work. No, I'm not trying to shit on people who have consoles, but I don't know, $450 plus all the peripherals, $80 to $90 games. At the very least, the Switch 2 will not sell as well as the Switch 1. And if anything, I think more people will just buy the Switch and the Switch Lite. And say, you know what, fuck it. Higher fidelity is not worth that much. Especially when it still can't compete with other consoles and PC. It is more upfront cost, but most people do have a pretty decent like laptop or PC. It may not be portable, but I would love to see a percentage of people who own the Switch and play it portable as opposed to docked or like at home where they could be sitting in front of a screen. I don't know. I'm sure there's metrics about that. Don't you get better performance in the dock? For the Switch. I'm the only one here who would look at the rings on a PS1 just to work out how much content was in the game. I never did that. Pretty funny though. Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm curious about this. Well, 1080 and more power. Interesting. You want us 4K 60 or 2K 120 FPS in dock? The new the Switch 2 dock? Must be doing some pretty crazy upscaling then for both of those. It's okay. I'm sure Valve will fire back with something new. I think they know that this is their one chance to go toe to toe with Nintendo on this. Potion was quite the ride. There were more stairs than I could wish for in a place like that, but your potions seem to assist my stamina greatly. Appreciate the foresight and forethought you have given my potion alchemist. I included a stamina restoration effect in the potion. Hopefully it was useful. Can't come wrong with a bit of extra stamina, especially if your mom is in the picture, especially if a retreat is necessary. Happy to help. Find anything useful in the dungeon? Found some loot, nothing of major importance. Very kind of you, thank you. Yeah, we need to fix this. I know why this, I figured there might be some bugs with this since we hadn't touched it in a long time. I'll fix that. At least it still works to click through it. Valve's answer will be not doing their own hardware, but they just trademarked a shitload of logos. Valve doesn't have a great follow through on hardware sequels historically. Valve can't over the exclusives that make Nintendo Nintendo. Once it seems like a Walmart. Yeah, but PC has more exclusive games than Nintendo has exclusives. It's just Nintendo has a very loyal fan base. Very loyal fan base that is willing to pay a shit ton of money for whatever they regurgitate and deal with their shitty practices. Very loyal. It's always been that way. And at one point, I would argue that it was warranted. Nowadays, I don't know. That and gaming in Japan is different. That's a good point, too. Okay, that should spawn Spoony Boy. That spawned nobody. Okay. I'll look into that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll come back and fix that. We're almost done. We're almost done with this. Amazed when I found out just how little Japan players actually own a PC. It's mostly mobile. They don't have enough space. You ever go to Japan, good luck finding space. Go to a nice hotel room, it's gonna be tiny. Everything is tiny there, and it's like, well, it's just like mobile gaming is just the standard because everybody's commuting or walking somewhere. Nobody has any space to put a console and a big TV. I assume that the Switch 2 will do very well in Japan, especially with the cheaper price and with the way that the Japanese think of spending money on things like games. Like sales to them, free things are out of the question. Like, no, you pay for it. Somebody made it, you pay for it. Everything. Yeah, it's a weird culture. So, I mean, yeah, maybe Switch 2 will do well in Japan. I don't know how well it'll do overseas compared to Switch 1. The mentality's weird. It's very different culture. Especially when it comes to, like, copyright. Infringing upon an artist's work. Like, if you make art, that is sacred. Nobody can touch that. That's why a lot of Japanese developers don't like modding and don't want mods for their games. Sales are usually out of the question too. It's that everything is small. Well, and you go to China. This is true. Went to university in Japan, and for engineering, I was amazed how many students never even touched a PC before. Everyone's just on phone for everything nowadays. It's crazy. How you doing, Rafix? My wife spent a year in Japan studying as well. She's got like a degree in Japanese. Every time she just mentions something new about their culture, it's amazing to me. You fit right in Japan? Shut up. I'm a grower, not a shower, okay? Page complete. How do I properly do this? Well, we'll know if the score threshold is... His story needs to conclude somewhere. And I can do that with a saved choice. But when do I award it? I'd have to copy those. Oh, so... Fuck. Okay, I hate this, but I'll have to do it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, provided effect. Choice update. Finish tutorial story true. The Joy-Cons intimidate me. It's fun sized, okay? It's not, my dick isn't family sized, it's fun sized. I'm not sure if we should refer to penises as being for families though. But I did it, and Twitch can ban me if they want. You don't enjoy UI's editor window for finding and selecting options? Oh, it's horrible. If there's anything that I can't export from an Excel sheet, I just feel irrationally angry. Realistically, I would nest another array in here. And do like an outcome trigger, but then multiple outcomes per trigger. Oh well, hindsight. That's the point of a prototype. Learn and do it better the second time. Oops, that's not the right thing. Okay, why is the reward pop-up not working properly? This is very old. I can say that for sure. Ingredient reward widget. Build tooltip? What? That's how that's set up? When I have all your text options, I'll consolidate onto a delay and have that trigger the reward. What do you mean? Oh, that's horrible. Ugh. Oh, that's horrendous. Let me see, has chat options right? Have them all join into a delay and trigger the reward window from that. I don't know what you mean by that. A delay? Where would I put the delay though? Like, how would it work? Like, the rewards are popping up. It's just that this is really, 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 really old and using old logic that will not work anymore. And I never went back and fixed it. That would be the main reason. After the text and delay just creates an event to trigger from? Oh no, in the when you're talking to the NPC, this will trigger the rewards. So I already have a trigger for that. The rewards did pop up and I could accept them. It's just that the hover tooltip wasn't working properly, and it's because it's being done in the worst way possible. Something that probably at one point worked, and I think it was with my refactor of tooltips, I never went back and fixed this, which would explain a lot. I can fix that. Inventory, ingredient, potion panel, ingredient panel. And that's kind of the necessity. Could just reuse the inventory. I'll try reusing the inventory. Not gonna be perfect, but might work. You have 1 second delays? That sounds dangerous. Because if you don't know like when a player's gonna click a button or how fast they're gonna read. Read fast. Yeah, I just prefer triggers. A little bit safer for me. But this is old as dicks. This is the new setup. Oh fuck, yeah, but this whole reward item. Insight. Morning, how was stream? Progress. We had to write the new character, but I did it. If a text box and explaining to yourself why you did whatever, well, I know why this is like this. I did a refactor, it was better, and I never came back and updated this. And now, in order to refactor this, I'd have to put in the same work, which I could do. Or I'm thinking is if it's worth just replacing the reward item widget with what I know to be a bit more working, which is the inventory item. I'm wondering if I can splice this into, but I don't know. I can try splicing it. I mean, worst case it doesn't work, so. All from event? What do you mean? Fine if we only support ingredients. It's okay if we only support ingredients and potions right now. Most of this can remain the same. We pass in the inventory index. That would be a problem. The reward items are a bit different. They aren't part of an inventory. I'll just fix it. I'll just fix the reward item. It should have been updated a long time ago anyway. I just call from event the UI, call from tutorial completed even. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what you mean. Make a ref to the inventory list. No, that's fine. Set up, wait, on mouse leave. We do the, okay. Switch info panel, panel to show none. That'll fix that. Not ideal, but workable. I still don't think I can just call those info panels though and pass in an ID. I think it's still have to pass in an index. Let me check. I can do that. Workable. That's how you're taught. I was taught to have lots of small events, and you start commonly used event by calling from the small event. Yep, where in the event it starts. I mean, I have the event. The issue is just that I was using the same method for showing tooltips when the player is walking around the world For some reason, I was using it in the old commission reward pop-up, which worked at that time. I changed that. I made a separate info panel and system for showing that, but I never updated that tooltip. So it's not an issue of where it should appear. It's an issue that I need to rework the entire way that we show a tooltip and which tooltips to show. That's the issue here. So it's fine that it's building this item. Well, it wasn't fine because this item didn't have the right setup. So I need to switch the setup for showing the tooltip when you hover over this item. I was going to use the inventory item, but that calls inventory indices, not IDs. And because we're not referencing any inventory here, we're referencing rewards that you're given, I have to be able to pass in IDs, not indices. So in this case, I'm going to try to do it this way instead. Hopefully. It's going to be a little bit hacky, but I don't really care as long as it works. Amount override. We show one item per amount, so it's fine if we show one here. It might look awkward, but I don't care. Index or array of every reward item in the event would ID match based on what you select as a reward. We have no way of calling back to what we passed through here. Unless I passed it to the commission rewards pop-up, which we do have. But because you can reward both ingredients and potions, which are two separate, it's a little bit annoying. And also this is old, so it's faster for me to kind of do it in the ugly way. It's not ideal. What's the potion panel? What's the function called? Setup panel. I love naming my functions differently. So helpful. Yeah, I don't know, it's just old. Wouldn't it be considered a standalone ingredient? It might be. Keycards when picked up, fun time learning blueprints. Keycards are easy. Keycards you just use an ID. You could even do enum, like keycards owned red, blue, green, orange. And just store that in the game instance. Yeah, we can test this quickly. We'll close the door on him. It'll be really rude. He's not gonna like it. He opened it. That's not showing because the inventory as a whole is just fine. Fine. I'll just copy this. Actually, just pass this through. Gradient. Hack it in, just make it work. Just make it work. As long as it doesn't cause bugs for the user, nobody's gonna care how it was implemented. Really does depend on what type we were sending through to it though. We're sending standalone. Okay. Other way around. Okay, that's self. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Okay, faster, faster. Okay. Okay. That must not have been working for a while then. That makes sense. I mean, I kind of predicted that like last week or something. I said I think that rewards pop-up is probably not going to work well. He was using the old build tooltip method. That's crazy. Better. Okay, that has been fixed. I'm happy for that. Let's give this a proper test run. I purposefully have it appearing over during these tutorial sections just so that player can read it, but it's so bad. I disabled the barter. Oh, whatever. Whatever, don't think about it. Oh. I did that out of order. Fine, I still have the potion. We'll have to update the game guide tomorrow and make the pop-ups that we want. And I hope the giant blue H for hide is seeable by people. It's back for a refund. And Spoon appears. Okay. I might get my wife to try this tonight. Or maybe I'll just wait for the weekend. Well, if I can get the pop-ups done tomorrow and update the game guide, I could probably have her try it again. I suppose part of me is kind of worried, but maybe it shouldn't be, that the tutorial doesn't even go over like fishing and farming. We're planning to make a little pop-up for that, right? So when you engage with a farming spot or a fishing spot, we tell a little bit about how to do it. There's also going to be a pop-up when you finish the tutorial telling you, hey, there's still more to do. And then, you know, shows like a picture of a fishing spot or a farming spot. Exactly.
Mr. President, wake up.
Nice and loud. Just like I like them. Okay, one bug to fix first though. Off for today. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Hogan. Nice talking to you. Or for being tired today. Listen loud is good until you set off your Apple Watch hearing monitor, informing you of your imminent hearing loss if she keeps up the 90 decibel racket. Don't ask me how I know. Damn. Your mom's a moaner. And it gives me a boner. Don't put that in the VOD. Okay, good. That bug's fixed. Should be good. The pop-up is working. Discussion is working. Spoon shows up. I'll try to get him killed. We'll see what happens. We need to test that. Yeah, I need to test that. I need to test it out legitimately too. There's something else too. One thing I'm missing. When was LD back on the menu? It was canceled a few months ago and then suddenly it's not? LD? Oh, Live and Dare? Did they cancel it? Good, that got him killed and Spoon shows up. One thing I'll need to do is... score threshold. Equal terrible. Character status update. Mage dead. Remember the hosted life shit got in the way and he's gonna pull it for the year? It's back on again. Interesting. Well, it should be everything with the tutorial NPC and the tutorial objectives, except for a couple of things I noticed. These are like really small quality of life things, but they're kind of easy to do. Like the go back into hut. If that hits and the player is already inside, what is it called? What the fuck's this called? House Soundbox. It is player inside. Trigger the next tutorial stage. Then break. Just in case the player happens to be within both boxes at once, which is possible, since they overlap. Not what I meant to do. This way. I could actually force the player to get to the end of that book in order to trigger the next tutorial stage. That would be mean to players. So now if the player stands inside here and opens this up, yeah, it just switches right next to it. There we go. Beautiful. Awesome. I love house parkour. Okay, anything else to address? Or do I want to save the pop-ups for tomorrow? Pop-ups definitely for tomorrow. And game guide update tomorrow. Ideally, we get both of those done. And the tutorial rework will be fresh to test. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Oh. That was a long day. 8-hour stream day of working on this, but I think that it's looking pretty good. I'm glad that we wrote the tutorial NPC in one day, and I was afraid when I woke up this morning. I was like, this is gonna take me a week, isn't it? But keeping his lore short is definitely beneficial in this case. Not that I don't think he could be an interesting character more fleshed out. I mean, he could still be a character in the game, Alaric. You know, we could keep up with what he is here and just write him later. You know, let Spoon appear, let the merchant appear, and then we can say, okay, now it's time for Alaric to reappear again if he's still alive. And he could have a full storyline or something. Well, maybe we could just say this is the beginnings of, you know, rewriting Blue Dick Boy and making him good. And he could be a new NPC fully. But at least for now, he's a good tutorial NPC. Not too deep, but he still has some lore. And now we have the player making a much easier potion right off the bat. I only worry that the potions for Spoon are a little bit nasty. As we limit the player to 2 ingredients in the cauldron at a time right off the bat, although the only thing he wants is poison. Poison 1. And we should, I think we teach the player poison right away. Where's the fermenting? Is this the one? Is that ferment? That's cooked. Ferment might be in the dungeon. What the fuck am I? Hold on, I found it. That's distilled. Where did I put ferment? Where did I hide these actually? Is there one down here? One in the desert, I know. Or... Wait, it's by the pool, isn't it? Yeah. That's dried. That's fermented. It would be nice if we got the player that early. Well, I feel like that's a pretty obvious point of interest. We don't teach the player poison. Toadstool. Fermenting the toadstools for sure if I were to transform any positive effects of the mushroom into harmful ones. Fermented honey turns it poisonous. I mean, I want the player to have access to poison pretty quickly. Even if it's, you know, like low tier poison. The player will naturally wonder, how do I find other processing stations? Where's that tutorial stage for the processing, for picking up the processing station? Maybe I could mention it there. Somewhere down here, pick up the processing station. I'll put this in the pop-up too. Other processing stations can be found by exploring the world. Keep an eye out at major points of interest for one. We'll put that in the pop-up widget when you finish the tutorial. Like, hey, you know, you still have other processing stations to discover. And I think we try to put them in mostly accessible spots. Although I actually forget where we put them. Desert. Like the little cave. So that's puzzle locked. This is the tower. The mine shaft. And then in the dungeon. Okay, that's fine. Not upset with that. You definitely need something more for the desert though. Very barren. That was the first biome we really like made. Not a whole lot in it. Hit that guy, Bruce. Actually hate to say it, but I'm getting off very soon here because I just finished. My 8-hour stream of the day is done. Ugh. I was just thinking of what we're doing tomorrow. How are you? I'm tired. I'm dead. But we're making good progress. One day at a time. Whew. So yeah, tomorrow we'll make those pop-ups and finish up the game guide. I look forward to it. Let's push these changes. Wrote up the tutorial NPC. BDB has been reawakened. Fixed up old issues with the commission reward pop-up. And finalized writing tutorial objectives. For now. For now. Good stuff. I'll fix this at some point. I don't want my desktop getting out of order. Okay, we can close that. Nothing new there. Alright guys, I'm sorry, That Guy Bruce, I'm sorry that you just joined, but I have to get going. I will upload this 8-hour stream to YouTube, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more Cauldron Chronicles, where we will hopefully finish up the tutorial rework, at least this, and then I can get some people to play test it, and we can see how it feels. And then after that, after the tutorial rework, Steam integration. I don't know if I'll do that on stream though. What else? What else do we actually need to do in the game? Enemy spawners. I was gonna take a look at, although Cuthbert might do that. The environmental puzzles should be done, but we have to double check on that. Oh, major point would be the depth level. That'll be something that we do within the next week, and maybe the week after, depends on what we want to do. This will just be additional features that we want to show to publishers, saying, hey, if you give us more money, we can do cool things like this. Like, that's where the money's intended to go. We want to have depth like this. Alright guys, take care, have a wonderful rest of your day, stay warm, stay awesome, peace, take care, go get some sleep, man. Yeah, I do need some sleep. I might take a bit of a nap. I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful Thursday, guys. Peace. Bye-bye.